Good morning. All right, lots to do today. So let's take a look at what today had said. Oh, let me also move this microphone over here. Okay, take a look at what today had said. Okay, so last update is now. I just want to say, note, today, May 4th, I will have to end the stream 20 minutes early. Type. So it's streamer time 4:40-ish. Yeah. Alright, that's what we're going to do. And hey, Wheatley. And hey, Tempura. So AdCom today that. Okay. So that's done. Now, there's this pusher email that I want to respond to. I want to figure out the best way of doing this, because I think there's going to be some prototyping here. Here's the email that I got. So hi there. In the event of an inexplicable rise in connections or messages that jeopardizes your service, I'd advise contacting us so we can work with you to diagnose and address the problem. Now, the weird thing is, like, they didn't say how they'd address the problem. If they don't have some sort of system on their end, I don't know what they would do here. I guess one way that they could address it for me is to just say, okay, you've got 500 more connections now. But anyway, if an attack is something that you feel is a particular risk for your business, it may be worth considering using authenticated private channels. And she even cited her sources. However, this is not exactly what I need, because I want people to not use the connections. This way you can control who connects to your system. I don't think that's even true. Before connecting, the client library will ping an authentication endpoint set up on your server, and at this point you can choose whether to deny or accept their connections. I wonder if this is what turns people into black hat hackers, is getting an email like this and then thinking, wait, you don't realize what the flaw in your system is? Because maybe I'm wrong about this, and I want to check it out. I'm pretty sure that the way this is going to work, let's just try this. So I don't even need a server running. If I go into JavaScript, learning pusher client, and I open up main.js, the only thing that I need, in fact, I could probably set up a JS fiddle for this, and that way I can just send it to them. So how do you, okay, so how do you add in, let's try this out. So we want a script here. I don't know if you can do this. For JavaScript, use the panel below, or use resources panel for external files. Where's resources, external? Oh, you can type it in right here. That's pretty nice. Okay. Hey, Mike. If you want someone to test your security, you should message this guy to test your system. His hacking name is Neo. He does look good, but it's probably pricey. Alright, so let's open up index.html. We need this. So let's copy, paste this. Then in the JavaScript here, we can just take this. And that's it. That's as simple as this is. We don't even need an auth endpoint. Okay, so now we go over to the dashboard the pusher has. Hey, JWO. Hey, Echo. Yeah, I'm starting early today because I'm ending early today. I need to leave 20 minutes early. Probably more like 23 or 24 minutes early, to be absolutely sure. Okay, so we have 0 connections right now. I'm going to make this fiddle, and you can see the only thing it does is this. There's nothing else. It's one line of code. And I hit the run button somewhere. Where is the, oh, there it is, run. Okay, and now what we should see is that this goes up to 1. It might take some time, like 2-3 seconds. Okay, it apparently did not go to 1. Is there a bug here? Right, why is, maybe live updates? think I might have done something wrong. Pusher is not defined. Oh. Wait, what? How are you supposed to use the external resource you have here? I thought this would just get loaded. What? How do you do this? Better cut your lunch short then. I actually thought about doing that. Is this not how you do things here? Do I have, that's weird. Do I have to say something like this? Because it says you define JavaScript. Let's try this out. What if I hit run now? It still said pusher is not defined. How do you use, do they have help here? I wanted to be able to link this to them. I honestly don't even see a help button or something. So JS fiddle external resources. Oh, what? The UI hasn't looked like that in a while, has it? Code entered in this panel will be placed in the header's JavaScript block. How do you use CSS or JS, which should be loaded after the framework? It's a perfect place with libraries. JS Fiddle is recognizing the type of resource by the extension. JavaScript will be chosen if the type is unknown. If you want to use a dynamic resource, add a dummy get variable. Yeah, so what? What's going on here then? Like, should I do this? I don't think pusher is ever going to exist in this thing. Because I don't think it's trying to... Maybe I just need to specify this as HTTP. Nope. I mean, that's red, so presumably that's wrong. What is this? It's just an exception, right? Yeah. Can I just do this then? Hit run? No, it's still undefined. How are you supposed to use this external resources thing? This should put pusher into the global scope. Huh. I wonder if they have anything that shows you... Like if I said plus and I just started typing jQuery. Yeah, they don't... They used to have something where you could... Huh. Oh, it says not found. Oh, okay. Well, let's get rid of that. So let's just get the full URL to this. Maybe that's what the problem was there. Just use JS bin. Okay, wait. I wanna test this first. So let's go to pusher.com. Sure. Get started. Then they. Oh God. I did that last time too. It's docs. And then they what? Yep, here it is. Okay. Found it. It just took some time. Here we go. So again, this is what I'm supposed to use, but then they don't want you using this way, and otherwise it's trying to load it from... Alright, fine. Geez, you would expect this to work. Still doesn't. Alright, fine. I'll use JS bin. Okay. So add library. Can you add a different one? Is pusher here by any chance? No, it's not. Yeah, so this is not gonna help me. I could just host my own thing. I just wanted to send them something where they could test this out and see how this is working. But that's not a great idea. So I guess I'll just send them code from my own... Just send this from my hard drive, I guess. Or I could host this page somewhere if I wanted to. Well, alright, the important part was testing this and just seeing if this even works. So if I don't even start a server, I don't connect to anything, this is literally all the code that I have is just make a new pusher. Then let's try this out. Then I need to serve up this web page though. Alright. You already put pusher in there? How did you do that? Oh, by doing this. Okay. Oh, fine. Okay, thank you. Stop being blind. I have a lot on my mind. Alright. So let's do this. You're currently viewing someone else's live stream. Wrong. He's viewing my live stream on Twitch. Silly JS bin. Okay. I do actually want to save my edits, so I'm gonna do this, I guess. Okay, cool. So here's what we have. Now let's try this out. So this says I have one connection, which is unfortunate because I should not actually have one connection, right? So how do you run this? Was it already running? It says auto run. Oh, maybe that's why. So if I just refresh this page, I'll be at 2 connections. Yep, that's it. Okay, well, that's the repro. You don't even need authentication because clients can just use up your connections. So I'm gonna respond to the email with that. So let's delete this code too. Wait, what is this? Live. I don't want that. Hang on, I deleted it from the wrong area. I thought I did clone my own copy. What? What's going on here? I did this, right? Yeah, and then it says you're currently viewing someone else's stream. I guess I just need to save this in the end. It doesn't matter. So, note, even though this doesn't even need to connect. This doesn't even need to subscribe to a channel for it to count toward our connection limit. Okay, so let's figure out how I'm going to respond to this email then. So hi there, in the event of an inexplicable rise. So that's interesting. I'll say, hey Emily, thanks for the response. I was curious about, how do I say this? If an attack is something you feel is a particular risk for your business, it may be worth considering using authenticated private channels. So thanks for the response. I did some quick research. So they also have the Your Apps page here. Let me look at this off screen for just a sec. But they have one option which was force encryption. They don't have anything that says force authentication. If they had that, that would actually probably work. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna write this. I couldn't find a way to be a pusher to disallow connections. Actually, you know, this is not even how this works. Okay, so I'm using, oh man, I want to say this in a nice way, but get my point across that, like, is there anything, what's going to be done when this probably inevitably happens? Okay, so we want this, and this is the most up-to-date form, right? Yeah, okay. So how do I link to this as just sort of a view? Man, I do not like their UI. Share, here it is. So share a snapshot of this. It's got edit right in the, it's got edit right in the URL. Okay, fine. I guess there's no way to link to just a view. So thanks for the response. I'm using the JavaScript library. So my concern, it doesn't actually matter if I'm using the JavaScript library or not. So I was curious, well, is there a way to require that all connections to Pusher go through my authentication endpoint? Hey, Akita. Yeah, JSPin UI is kind of confusing at first, yeah. So is there a way to require that all connections to Pusher go through my authentication endpoint? I found that I was able to connect with a single line of JavaScript code, and I have no way of preventing attackers from using this to squat on to count toward my connection limit. Right, is this fair? I think this is fair. This is it. No, Akita, that's fine. I find it funny when people apologize to me for not watching the stream. You have no obligation to do that, but still, it's cool. How are the exams going? And hey, Moose. Thanks for your response. Is there a way to require that all connections to Pusher go through an authentication endpoint? I know that if I try subscribing to a private channel, that it will hit the, that it will authentication, but in order to squat on connections, a subscription isn't even required. I found that I was able to connect with a single line of JavaScript code, and I have no way of preventing attackers from using this to count toward my connection limit. Pass my higher computer science? Nice. Good job. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to establish in this paragraph is I have no way I can do anything about this code. Like, someone, especially given that I just showed you guys on stream, and not like this is supposed to be a secret or something, but you could simply copy paste this line of code into your browser and make sure you require the pusher library. And there, now you count toward one of my connections. And there are only 100 allowed, so if you just left your browser open all day, nobody can use Botland. I'm pretty sure I'm just not going to go with pusher in the end of this. But still, I want to know what they can do. So thanks for the response. Is there a way to require that all connections to Pusher go through an authentication endpoint? I gotta make that italicized. But I know that if I try subscribing to a private channel, that it will require authentication. But in order to squat on connections, the subscription isn't even required. I found that I was able to connect with a single line of JavaScript code, and I have no way of preventing attackers from using this to control my connection. What is this Pusher stuff? What have I missed? I'll sum it up relatively quickly. So Pusher is a WebSocket layer, and the way that I'm using it right now is that clients say join game. This tells the matchmaker to put them in the queue. So this is, step 1, step 2, and then time passes until eventually enough people have done steps 1 and 2. And finally, the matchmaker needs some way to tell the clients that they're in a game. So, to accomplish number 4 in a way that doesn't require polling the matchmaker repeatedly, I open a WebSocket via Pusher from between the client and the matchmaker. Pusher acts as a middleman, and Pusher acts as a middleman in this case, so that the client is not actually directly connected to the matchmaker. The problem is that Pusher only allows you to have 100 connections open at, well, I'll say X connections, because it can change based on the tier. X connections open at a time. And I'm worried about people opening them, not even for the sake of Botland, and never closing them, causing a denial of service. And yeah, MCS Mike, that's potentially what I'm going to end up doing, something like that. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do that. Unless they give me a really satisfying answer like, oh, if you notice that this is a problem, then we'll just auto push your account to the next tier for no extra money. But why would they do that? And even then, there's still the problem. So I did see an option in the settings to require encryption, but I didn't find one about requiring authentication at connection time. So connects to your system. See, this is wrong, I think. We're connecting the client library. Yeah, so I do have a feeling this will be a problem. Can you share any details on how you would address it? I'm concerned that even if the connection limit is raised, that attackers will just squat on the increased connection total. So yeah, why not use an existing library running on AWS? You want the third party to have the actual connection to the player? Well, so there were a couple of things. One was nice. One thing that was nice was this. The client doesn't actually connect to the matchmaker. And that was so that there would be no random attacks that could happen here. But I need to just prevent those attacks. The other thing that was nice is that I didn't need to code a new system. So I could just drop in this library. That honestly probably took about an hour or two, maybe. I think that coding my own system, testing it, then maintaining it, making sure everything works, handling all this stuff myself, obviously gives me more control, but it's time I've got to spend doing this. And it sounds like I'm going to have to go down that route anyway, because I can't really say that Pusher took me 2 hours to implement if I'm also sending emails about it to figure out whether I can use it. Because this time counts toward using Pusher, whereas this would not count toward using my own library. But whatever, I'm going to finish writing this email, and then we're going to get back to regular coding work. So I do have a feeling this will be a problem. Can you share any details on how you would address it? On how Pusher, I'll say the company, could address it. Also, do you put a period in that? Pusher Ltd. They have a period right there. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna not put a period. I'm concerned that even if the connection limit is raised, the attackers will just squat on the increased connection total. Thanks again, Adam. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste this into my email, just make a couple of formatting changes, and then, like I said, get back to real coding. Subscription isn't required. I found that I was able to connect with a single line of JavaScript code, and I have no way of running this action to counter that data. I did see an option that saying to require encryption or component. Okay, I do have a feeling that this will be a problem. Can you share any details on how to address it if I... Okay, cool. So now we'll wait another day to get a response on that, and I'll just close out of this and get back to work. Wouldn't making your own custom solution lead to the same problem? Depending on the size of the machine, there will be connection limit. Yeah, so there are a couple of things there. One is that right now, you saw that this problem, so in order to squat on a connection, a user of Pusher simply needs to do new Pusher without ever closing their tab or disconnecting the Pusher. Hey, Superman. So in this case, there's no control I have whatsoever, because I don't control their server, which is keeping track of how many concurrent connections are open. In my own case, I could just close the WebSocket if I notice that there are too many open. Now, yes, you could get to the point where as soon as I close one, you just open up another one. And there's nothing you can really do about that, I guess. I mean, there's always some surface, I feel, for a denial of service. And the point is to minimize it. Right now, it's dead simple to do a denial of service. You copy paste that code that I had, and you just middle click the refresh button 99 times. There, you're done. No one can play Botland. The other way that I would do it is, like, I'd have to keep track of how many connections can come in. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. Okay, well, sounds like I'm going to just reject Pusher. So I left off last with deleting all of the pre-beta code. And then I wanted to do this step. But in order to do this, also, what is this? Salting them. So random salt, save in database. Use a good hash algorithm. Okay. So deleted APIs. Yeah, I deleted all this stuff. Delete all pre-beta stuff. Wipe out the database and restructure it. Yeah, that's gonna be here. So this is done, this is done. Delete this from my token bot. That's not done, I guess, but fine. I'll go do that. I wonder how anyone with a production app uses Pusher. Yeah, I wonder too, because you can't stop a user from knowing that it's going to hit Pusher. In fact, if I use any Pusher app, I could probably like demonstrate that this is a real problem on stream if I felt like it. Because if I get something like Wireshark or any sort of packet sniffer, I could figure out what it is that's going out because the connection is not done over HTTPS. Then, anyway. And then after that, I just use this same JavaScript code. It doesn't matter what language the application's written in. I can always do this as long as I have their key. And their key is not a secret. So that's what worries me the most, is just, I don't think they really have dealt with this problem. And I think the unfortunate thing is that, well, maybe they've dealt with the problem. But the unfortunate thing is that there's no control in my hands here. I would need to email them if I ever discover that this is an issue. And for me, there's no knowing if someone's smart about this. Like if I have a 500 connection limit and someone's smart about this, they could just stagger how many clients connect. So instead of doing 500 at once, they do like 2, 3, 2, 1, you know, wait a bit, 4, 2. And how do I know this isn't real traffic? No way to know. And no, Spearman, I was talking about if it wasn't in JavaScript, like if they wrote a C program or something, or anything, then yeah, I could just, oh well, whatever. We'll wait for their email, and I'm probably gonna end up implementing my own thing. So delete this from the bot. Yeah, so basically everything that tries to connect here. Oh, I had to sneeze. It didn't happen. Okay, so socket. I think the only place we're using this socket is as the pre-beta socket. No, there's this too. I need to turn this code into a repository if I haven't already. And I haven't. So let's do create repository here. And then let's check in some of this code because actually the control my lights thing, we should probably check in all of it. Now let me delete this then. I hate digital crosshair. Okay, there we go. Now let's just check in everything. Right, is there anything we don't check in? I guess node modules, but other than that, probably put everything in here. Yeah, good, good. Let's back up. Oh god. Oh, this is a backup of the data files. I mean, I guess we keep those, but there's no real reason. So I just ignore this. So ignore recursively. And yeah, there we go. Okay, now when I try committing this, just ignore Pokemon www. That doesn't matter. Nothing to see here. Let's move on. That was the Pokemon.onx.net thing that I was working on. This was my copy of Twitch Plays Pokemon, where you could just press buttons on the Game Boy and it would send inputs to my emulator and then download a new picture. But that doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so yeah, this is good. Finally checking in the code despite having worked on it for 8 months. Alright, time to get rid of this stuff. Yeah, because this isn't going to be needed anymore. Well, oh wait, no, I take that back. No, this is completely needed right now. Because it's connecting to play.bot.land, which is on Azure, not on AWS. So I can't remove this stuff yet. But we can rename it so that it's easier to remove in the future. Let's get rid of this. Let's these things are all the actual socket. So we'll call these pre-beta socket. Now we'll search for any other ones that might have existed. So this is not that. This is pre-beta socket. And that's it. So that should be everything. Okay. Oh, JWL says, but surely they limit the connection from a single origin. So I tested yesterday and I managed to get 35 connections open on Pusher. I didn't try more, otherwise maybe I could have gotten up to the whole 100 that I have. But even then, like Mike said, you don't know if people are on a school network and that really 20 legitimate people are trying to play. And even it's totally fine if people are using the service legitimately if I hit the maximum connections. Like, I'm not trying to weasel out of spending money with Pusher. It was, how do I handle this, what in my mind is a very real problem. Because you see even like Blizzard gets denial of service attacks, although they're probably more sophisticated than a single line of JavaScript code. But yeah, I think it's something I need to deal with. So I can't really do this right now. Get rid of the pre-beta APIs from Postman. This is something I can do. I need to look through whatever changes I made yesterday. It was all of this code. So let's see. Let's open up Postman. And then let's take a look at this. So patch users is a dead API now. So we can at least delete that. And you know what? Maybe I'll make a new collection here that says like deleted APIs. These were removed from Botland at some point. What did Pusher say? I can show you the email. Well, okay. I'll just show you the email. That's the easiest thing. What the heck? What? I sent the email at 9:10. 1 minute later, I got a response from support@pusher.com to me with the text of my email. That's weird. Anyway, here's the response that they gave me. I don't understand what this is all about, this auto response thing. Yeah, so there's a response. I'm gonna go do this off screen while you're looking at that. So these were removed from Botland at some point. There's no real need to keep them around. Okay. Anyway, if you haven't finished reading it, you can just go back in the VOD. But the general overview is, I don't think they can do anything. Okay, so let's move patch all users down to deleted APIs. And did I delete any other ones? Got rid of almost all mentions of pre-beta. So the weird thing here is this is all the account server stuff, and I only deleted one API from here. Yeah, so I guess that's it. I guess I'm done. Yeah, and create user I already changed. In fact, one of the things that I could do here is go update all of these. Save. That's already good. That's good. Save. I really should have done this from the beginning, but I didn't know that these things existed or that I'd ever be running like 5 servers on my own machine. I'll just do a few more of these actually, then I'll just do them on demand later. Because there's no reason for me to do this whole thing right now. Okay, there. That's good. Hey Glamhoth, welcome back. No, Spurman, I think you can be snarky to me, but I don't think you should be snarky to the rest of chat. But yeah, it's not something you could trust from people, and even if you could. It doesn't really mean anything, I guess, because people could just make a bunch of different VMs. Club Blue. You know, it's random, like, I'm seeing red on my screen. So I did this, I guess. Search for pre-beta with a hyphen and get rid of instances. So this is the last thing that I haven't done. So let's close out of these. Close out of that. Where did find results go? There we go. And then let's put this there. Okay, good. So after pre-beta is done, remove this. Yes, that's going to get removed. Sets a user's password. This is only intended to be used for pre-beta when passwords are stored stupidly. This API is going to change, but it's not only for pre-beta. When someone resets their password, we need UI flow for that. So to do get rid of this API. However, for right now, it's not a big deal because the only way to call into this is through this patch user, and patch user requires a super token. So if you had a super token, you could have already done whatever you wanted to anyway. Hey, Discord and Strike, and hey, Omar. Okay. So that one is done. Let's go look at the other ones now. Set our default new bot name to our account name for now. This is just for pre-beta. The problem is the player's name could potentially be very long. And received my player object. How does this work? This must truncate the name. Set bot config name. Here. Shorten name. Max, but yeah, okay. So we truncate it here. All right, so that's fine. Okay, cool. So what do we have? This is called when you want to kill your own bots. Yeah, this can't be deleted quite yet, but eventually. Opens a help URL for how to format bot bays. This is just for pre-beta. Yep, that's as long as bot bays exist, we're gonna need that there. What else do we have? None of this stuff totally matters. Finish populating user details. Fetches additional information. So this is if they're not valid. We're about to go fix that. And then we probably change this message. Hey, KLC. Too scared to look inside. Okay, what next? Pre-beta function, sure, that's fine for now. This function only works for pre-game or in-game. Otherwise, you may connect during pre-beta when a match is over. Yep. Okay. Yeah, and this is something I gotta make sure is not an issue. When a player, if there are ever team buffs and a player joins a game late, it shouldn't matter because the player object should have already been constructed. Let me verify that that's the case. So where does this happen? Connection manager, set allowed. Here. Add as allowed player. So we actually create a player, yeah. So that means that all of the bots will have, yeah, this should work. Okay, so also in the normal scenario where the matchmaker tells us who is allowed to play, we'll construct the player objects before the actual players can even connect. So team buffs would work in that scenario. You mentioned buffs yesterday. Are they chosen by players? Do you think it's better if it's decided by the server? So what's decided by the server is which buffs you're presented with. So if I go join a game, these choices, so in this particular case, I have Zapper, I have decreased damage, and I have increased damage. When I refresh the page and come back to here, like, those will be exactly the same choices, because I haven't picked one yet. And this is just for my particular player that I got these 3 choices. Someone else might have gotten like laser damage, lifesteal, and melee attack or something. So what's nice is these can really change how matches work, because by the end of the match you've picked 3 of these, and they're all supposed to be pretty good. So I think having the user be able to pick them and figure out which strategy works best. Because remember, in the final botland, like, this buff might mean nothing because you don't even have Zapper. Like, you haven't unlocked it in a pack yet. So you would pick something like this because you just can't really use this. Or maybe there's another buff that gave you like a permanent Zapper shield or something like that, and then Zapper damage helps you. I don't know. Hey, Krug. What is the shortcut to cut long text line in a couple shorter lines? So Glamhoth, that's something that's done via doc blocker. It's not long text lines, it's just comment lines in general. So like if I had a line of code that looked like this and I did it, it would totally butcher everything. So you can see how it destroyed my formatting. It really only knows how to do it on comments. And for that, it's a plugin, and like I said, I linked it in there. Okay, so back to this. Where else are we here? If they've never gotten buffs before, then give them buff choices. We only give them 1 set, even if they missed multiple. This is only for pre-beta where you can join mid-match. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there. It'll eventually possibly change. This is called, alright, so reset their outstanding buffs. Otherwise, players who reconnect during pre-beta after a game is ended will be confused as to why they're... Yep, sounds good. Sent by the client to kill the client's bots. Yep. Okay, gonna get rid of that API. Why is it finding this? Oh, probably because I went off the end of... Yep, that's fine. Okay, cool. So I think we're done with this too. And all of this had to do with... get rid of all pre-beta code. And then all of this should have been slotted under that. There. And then we mark that as done. Okay, so let's check in what I have now. And then we'll work on the is valid account status stuff. So that doesn't get checked in. This, sure. I think this is just comment changes, right? Yeah. Clarified some comments around pre-beta. Not all of the code is ready to be changed yet, so I figured I should at least add some explanations about how things work. Photan says, how long have you been working on this game? I've been working for the last 8 months. So the stream started on September 8th. It's almost May 8th, so yeah. About 8 months. To do dot push at least some styling on botland? Yeah, eventually. Kevin says such advanced code. I don't feel as though that's the case, but I can't tell if it's sarcastic or not. And he said, I recently started learning Python. Can you make these kinds of games with Python? Yeah. And one of the things that I try to tell people when they're ever curious about learning a new language is the language you pick doesn't matter so much as long as you're having fun and you're learning. Yeah, thanks JWL. And yeah, remember, I'm going to be cutting the stream 20 minutes short. So instead of a normal 8-hour stream, it's like 7 hours and 40 minutes. So if you come back right at the end of the day, I won't be here. Okay, so this is done. Let's commit that. And now we can get back to work on what I wanted to do, which is this. So lump is valid, email verified, and is immune into a single set of flags. Also consider getting rid of is immune and replacing with is admin. So that's done. So note I renamed is immune to is admin. Hey Fade. Now one of the questions I had here was, is it a good idea to even change these in... So we have this is valid right here. What I could do... So I have 3 flags. And if I go into modules, they're these flags, yeah, these. So I have 3 flags. When saving to the database, they get saved as a single integer that represents the bit mask of these flags. Should I load them from the database as 3 separate flags, or just stick with a bit mask everywhere? I don't think it matters too much, and I think I'm just going to go with a bit mask, but it's still something worth considering at least. Made some progress on my map you'd like to see? Yeah, sure, Fade. You can always link them in. I think I'm going to stick with a bit mask, because I think it's going to be obvious enough where we try to use them, because we'll just search for account status everywhere. Yeah, as opposed to the other way around, which would be harder to change. Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, so it's just a matter of getting rid of all of the references to isValid. So wipe out the database and restructure it. Make sure isValid doesn't show up in the code anymore. Make sure isImmune doesn't show up in the code anymore. Man, I do not like the contextual control-I in this plugin. I can't tell you how many times I made a new thing. I meant to just edit the current one. All right, so first, if this is true, then isValid won't be reset to false. Yeah, and so this was important because I needed to make accounts for the artists, for example, so that they didn't have to join the stream. So is this even being used? Set user isValid. This is done from patch user. Patch user is just a bad API right now. What even calls into this? Resolution of the video is pretty bad, but too lazy to set up for a better one. Alright, I shall show this here so the rest of the stream can see too. So this is the level design that Fade's been working on. So this building wasn't there yesterday. That looks good. And you have a fence now. Alright, I shall show this here so the rest of the stream can see too. So this is the level design that Fade's been working on. So this building wasn't there yesterday. That looks good. And you have a fence now. I think that building was there yesterday. And I want to say... I don't remember what the wall was actually. But cool, good job. EJ. I'll just uninstall it. He'll never beat me. So patch users. This is rest test stuff. All of that's gonna go downhill. Yeah, this is totally unused. So patching a user is not an API that's even... but I want this to exist eventually. I just don't want it to exist in this current form. So let's just do this for right now. Throw new error. This patch user used to be used for patching isValid and the password. Enough of that changed where this API should be rewritten. And I'm just making it that for right now because I might change that code in this commit. So let's just comment it out for now. Hey Waddle. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Okay, so there's that. Let's go back to our find results here. But back up to the... Man, this is annoying. Let's just research for those. So set user is valid was only ever called... Also, before I forget this, let's just copy paste this over here. There. So set user is valid was only ever called from that one function. So now this would be done away with. Let's just comment it out again for now. That way at the end of all of this, at the very least, I'll know kind of what code I still have to do. So this is commented out. We'll delete it from the find result. What's next? This is... This should just be deleted. Okay, so we can delete that from the find results. What next? This middleware will check to see if a user's account is valid. In order to do this, it needs to fetch isValid from the database, which means that this should only be, well, I'll just say it needs to fetch the account status from the database, which means that this should not be just be added to all routes, but rather only the routes that don't already fetch a user. Furthermore, I'm only adding this to this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What do you do when you need to type a password on stream? So there are two things. One is I could just turn off the camera and then type it off screen. And two is Whoa, that's screwed up. And 2 is I have this program called KeepPass, and that lets me just copy paste passwords out of this thing, and then it removes them from my clipboard after like 12 seconds, so I don't accidentally paste them again. This middleware will check to see if user's account is valid. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think we delete this, copy paste this over to here again, and keep searching. So get is valid. That is not the case anymore. So this is going to be get account status, which is also almost definitely not a field I can actually get. Where are the valid fields? They are not listed here. Get user, database wrapper, get user, select columns. Oh, we literally just, there's no validation done on this. That's fine, because I think this is only called from, what, 2 places? Push is valid. Huh. Find account by name. That selects everything. Get user by token, get user by name, get user account status. I definitely did this somewhere, and I don't know what I did for that. There's get user, get bots, inventory, user by name. Oh man, I don't remember this. Yeah, I don't remember how I did this. There were certain columns you were allowed to select, and I don't remember where they were. Maybe if I just search for columns. Oh, here they are. Allowed columns. ID, name, botcoin, pseudo money, then all of this stuff. So these are the ones that users are allowed to get. What is this? Middleware? Yeah, it is. Okay. I think that's fine. Other than that this keeps creating and then destroying this array. That should probably be saved in the class somewhere. I'll leave it there for now. Okay. So let's get back to these find results. So where am I here? So we get the account status, and then we check if is account valid db user. So now what we're going to do here is account status, and let's put a bookmark there and get infra constants. So let's search for infra constants. That's good enough. But this will be database constants. Go back to our bookmark and check to see if this, you know, Lodash can probably do this. Probably a number function. No, there's no bit masking stuff here. It's not difficult to do. I just don't like typing it out. Okay, so, and let's search for this. That was a bad idea. Let's search for if dot star that. Closer. Still not totally right at all. So let's instead just go to the code execution system. I'm pretty sure this does it. There were some, where was it? Or shared arena? Where do I do this? Entity flags? There were some flags that I used here. And I must have changed them so that they're not, oh, there they are. Well, there's some of it. There was something about, I just want to make sure I got the order of operations right. I just need to put parentheses around this thing. This right here. Why did this not show up when I did the search? I searched for this. If dot star, does this not get hit by this regex? Huh, it doesn't. Is it because of the slash on that? No? What? Okay. I don't know. Maybe because this is considered a word boundary that you can't add another slash b around it. Thanks, MCS Mike. Hey, Nico. Yeah, someone, I think it was Horforio, was making a joke about if you looked at how my shoulders are moving, you would see what keys I'm typing on my keyboard without needing to see my fingers. The slash b is a word boundary. So for example, the word on, if I search for that's found. But then if I type a word boundary at the end, it only types things that end in on. So the word boundary in this case is a space. In this case, it's a parenthesis. So hopefully that makes sense. And if I wanted to just find the word on its own, I could do this. And now you can see I'm only finding the word on because I have word boundaries on both sides. So what I thought is that I could do this, a boundary and then an ampersand and then a boundary character, but that apparently doesn't work the way I expected to. And I think it's because this is itself as a boundary. So, I don't know, whatever. It really doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why though. But the whole reason I was searching for that in the first place was so that I could copy paste this over to my other code. So let's do that. Where was I editing this? Server, yeah, here. Okay, so return the account status ampersand database constants dot, where did that flag go? Here, account status dot is valid is not equal to 0. Yep, that's it. Cool. So the user has returned from the database. It should contain at least account status on it. Yeah, that's it. We're good. Cool. Let's move on to the next one. Let's paste this back into the find results. So that one's done. What does ampersand do? It's bitwise and. So given any two numbers, a bitwise and will return ones. It'll return ones in anywhere where both of the input fields were 1. So that's 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. So the reason why this is useful is because here's what my numbers are, my input numbers. I have some, this is like account status. So imagine that this is account status. And what I'm checking against is just the isValid flag, which might look something like this. Represents isValid. So if I bitwise and them, what I'd expect to get out of this is the number 4 if the account is valid. And all I do is I check to make sure that's not the number 0. If so, this means it's a valid account. Now, let's say the account wasn't valid, so this flag wouldn't be set. Then I would get the number 0, and then 0 is equal to 0. That means it's invalid. So I hope that makes sense. I don't know if that's a clear enough way of describing this, but if you're curious about that, you can look into bitwise operations. There's AND, there's OR, there's XOR, there's NOT. All right, next up. So is account valid? This is good. That's fine. This is totally wrong. So, and I didn't write a comment for this too. I mean, obviously what this is doing is it's forcing you to select the isValid flag here. But why did I do that? I guess because, is this middleware? I don't think this is middleware, not if it's doing rest.send. What? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh, because of this, is account valid. Okay, so then we'll just write that in here, account status. We fetch this so that the is account valid call below will succeed. Now what does undefined, undefined ampersand 1, it's always going to be 0. So if you don't have an account status flag, then we'll always consider it to be an invalid account. Okay, that's good. Not that you should ever run into that case, but you might. Let's search for the rest of isValid. A regular user shouldn't be told about this. Shouldn't be told about their account status. Yep. Okay, so then the find result should just have things that are no longer in server. So we delete this, and now we're down to what? 2 different instances? This should be pretty easy. This happens in the connection manager. Finish populating user details. So we get account status as a set of flags. This is where I think things are a little hazy. We do get user by ID, and we return mostly just a transparent database object. I think we need to change how that works. What does get user by ID do? Account server REST client. It hits the user's API with what? A .get, right? .get users by ID. All right. And this is only expected to be hit by something with a super token? Yes. Yep. Okay, so we can change this. We can make this a little bit, I don't know, a little bit different. Where do we even do this? Get user. Fetches user account information. This can be called with either a super token or a regular token. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, this is not what I wanted. Alright, I think I'm going to... Can't remote connect to my VirtualBox. Any idea why this would happen? Lucalo, the IP address could have changed. Your VirtualBox may not be at the point where you can... Well, I don't know how you're trying to connect to it, but where you can't SSH into it, so maybe it's not even booting. Maybe permissions changed, so it would have allowed it, but you're using the wrong private key, for example. Are you getting a connection refused? Is it timing out? Are you even trying to SSH? Are you just trying to connect through the UI? I just asked a million questions. So don't just respond yes, no, no, yes, because I won't remember at all what those correspond to. Okay, so then these things, this is gonna have to change in the connection manager. I think this isn't a great way of doing it. Also, it requires that we're using the input constants here, which we are, so that part's fine. Connection disconnect, SSH. It's booted. And you're sure you're using the right username and private key? Because I've run into a lot of these issues before, to the point where I try to run, I use Vagrant to provision and can't start it through Vagrant. You can start it through GUI. I'm not sure, Lucalo. And Nick, thanks for following. What's a min.map file, which usually appear with JS libraries? So when you write JavaScript code that's not minified, so let's just write something really simple here. If foo x equals 5. So this is line 1, this is line 2, this is line 3. When it gets minified, so it's probably going to look like this in the end. There's going to be a map file that says, hey, this if section refers to line 1. The x equals 5 part used to refer to line 2. I'm really simplifying this, but this is kind of how this works. So it just maps some code onto some other code, so that when you're looking at it in your browser, so take a look at this. When I look at the code for production Botland, it is completely minified and there's no map file. So like, good luck figuring out where this thing came from. It could have come from a socket library, it could have come from my own code. I don't recognize it, and I never would recognize it because it's been minified. But if I load up the same thing on my own computer, which is going to be prohibitively hard to show you right now, then the map file would convert all of that into the original code that I had. Foo stand for fool. Hey, Lobo. Can't even try to connect. Yeah, Luke, hello, I'm sorry. I don't have anything quick to help you there. Also, what was I even doing? Oh, changing the connection manager. Right, so let's go do that. So I go into server, I take the database constants that I had here, I put that into connection manager, and then back when we get is valid, what we're really checking to see is, this is probably a bad idea. The database should not expose this way. Maybe you just can't get users that are invalid. Maybe that's a better way of doing this. This should never really happen, but it could. If someone got banned right between when they joined a match and when they... Oh, I don't know about this. I think we prevent this at a different layer and we don't even care about it here. Yeah, I think that's the problem. think that's what we do. Like, there's no reason the game server should know about this. I think we just allow them to play the game regardless here. So here's a scenario where this could happen. So user's account is valid. User joins matchmaking queue. User is assigned to a game. But right before that, user was banned for, I don't know, some reason, insert a reason here. Now, what I was doing is right here, I would say, is user banned? If so, disallow them. But it stops the game from running, and really, is there such a big problem with a user was banned, but they... Here's a scenario where this could happen. So user's account is valid. User joins matchmaking queue. User is assigned to a game. But right before that, user was banned for, I don't know, some reason, insert a reason here. Now, what I was doing is right here, I would say, is user banned? If so, disallow them. But it stops the game from running, and really, is there such a big problem with a user was banned, but they'd already been in a matchmaking queue, which would have been a super weird situation anyway, to just let them play their last game? This is like... this is a bad analogy, but inmates on death row get their choice of a last meal. Should I really deny you your last botland game? Why do you start a promise chain with a redundant resolve? I do that because sometimes I would have a synchronous function here in the first chain of the promise. So yeah, I know I could change this a little bit. Yeah. And I might eventually do that, but I don't see it as a big deal. Why are you using import and require? Because the code started off as ES6 and I didn't want to go change everything back to just one method, so I'm using them both. I know, it's not great. Don't ruin the game for other players, just let them have it. Yeah. Yeah, and that's generally my philosophy here too. Okay, so the last thing to do is fix that. There should be one more instance of the old code here, and that's this. Oh, but this is test code, so this is already totally broken. Well, synchronous functions just be outside of a promise. No, I know, Spurman, but when you're changing code a lot, you know what? Fine, I'll just make this change because I agree with you, and I do this in a decent amount of places. So we can just do this. In fact, pretty much anywhere where I say return promise.resolve, that same thing probably applies for a lot of these. Well, not these. These actually need to be promises. What was that? It sounded like something shifted in the trash can. I'm gonna get like mauled. There's a tiny bear in the trash can. Okay, no, all these were fine. Okay, and I will grudgingly give you a point. There. You have 2,514 normal points and 1 reluctant point. So I don't need any of these. I don't need a binary lesson. This stuff can go away. So is valid is now totally gone, other than the capitalized form of it, the test code, and the commented code. So that's good. Now make sure is immune doesn't show up in the code anymore. 8 points. Okay, I will also run a normal giveaway. Warvox. And then here's is immune, and that's been commented out too. So wipe out the database and restructure it. So first let's load up all the different programs that I have. So let's run the overseer. Let's run the matchmaker. Let's run the account server. Let's run a game server. Let's run the client. And let's go into here and just do what's it called? How do you delete a data? Drop database. Drop database. Yeah. And that slipped my mind for a second. Now we go back into the account server and do run DB. This should recreate everything. Ooh. Ooh. No. What happened? No such table. Botland.users doesn't exist. Invalid default value for account status. Seriously? I probably set it to false or to true, and it should have been an integer. So we got to go to the migration file, and account status needs to be changed to default to. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Okay, so package.json uses him for constant. So we just go into server.js, go to database constant, put this up here. This can be a const as well. And we'll say starting account status equals this dot account status dot. Oh, what were those flags again? These. So you only start off as is valid. You're not an administrator. You're not. Your email hasn't been verified. So let's do that, and then delete all of these. So starting account status is the default. In fact, this could be a constant over here. We could have done something like const starting account status or start account status or something like that equals 1. And then export that. But I think it's fine. The only place we'll probably be using that is in the spot I just coded it into. Okay, so let's try this again. So we drop the database again, and then we rerun this, and everything should be green this time. Good. And now we connect to the server. So localhost. Oh, hey, Marvel actually connected. What? Marvel connected. Marvel chose a buff. Marvel disconnected. Then reconnected and then disconnected again. Aw. That's too bad. All right, so let's go to Botland and let's connect. What we should see is that we got this, and I should be able to make whatever bot I want, right? Missiles 3, thrusters 3, commit. Yeah, cool. So now I'm in the queue. All right, I got to start up another player, otherwise I can't actually ever leave the queue. Join game. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So there's our bot. We can do everything we could have done originally. Now here's the part where I don't know what's going to happen. So let's do this. Use Botland. Select star from users. Update users. Set account status equal to 0. Where ID equals 1. Yeah, I don't ever know how SQL syntax works, but apparently you don't need quotes around this stuff. Yeah, you don't. So now if I do this, select user account status from users. Select name. So now Adam is invalid completely, and the rest of them are valid. So what does this mean? If I try connecting, your account is not valid. So it just doesn't download any information. It's a good thing. That's also kind of surprising that that worked. So cool. And hey, Anonymous. And wait, that's not even true, Spearman. I mean, I know it's a joke anyway, but these values are 1, 2, and 4. 4 minus 2 is admin. Which is even weirder, right? Alright. Yeah, cool, so that's done. And so the only weird thing that's left is that I've got some totally commented out code here. I guess I'll just write to do this was commented out instead of completely removed because it will likely still exist in some capacity once I'm correctly hashing plus salting passwords. So we need to comment that. And then the same thing was done in server.js, where I commented out a whole bunch of things right here. Patch is a user. So note, commented out because it likely still exists in some capacity after I'm done destroying pre-beta artifact. The correct expression is left as an exercise for the reader. Okay. Let's lint the code. Whoops. How did Postman get to the right of that? That's weird. Okay, there actually is a linting problem. Promise is defined but never used. Huh, interesting. The only place I ever used it was to do that code that Spurtman made me change. Ah, problem solved. So, got rid of is valid and is immune from the database. Got rid of is valid and is immune from the database. Instead, they've been lumped into account status, a bitmask of botland info constants / lib / database constants / account status. What a long name that is. Values. Cool. So let's look into this. So, and I guess I got rid of some APIs here, but it was mostly just commenting them out. Yeah, that's all fine. I added the comment there, which I like. That's good. Then connection manager, yeah. So got rid of a couple of APIs that use the deleted values above. They may eventually be relevant, but they're currently not. I'm going to say commented out a couple of those APIs. Okay. I kind of want to leave this here for people who ask about Pusher, but I don't know where to put it. Delete this note after 5/4/16. There. That's all I need to do. So make sure I'm saving passwords by salting and hashing them. Yeah. So there's probably a library that already does this for me. Not that it is a particularly difficult thing to do. I just generate a random salt. I come up with a proper hash function. I hash things. We're good. I should probably still look it up. Let's just look up salt. Password hash and salt. Simple, safe, and straightforward password hashing and salting for Node. I want to see how they do it. Yeah, sounds good. Pepper greater than salt. Hey, Kesha. Hash things 10,000 times. I don't think there's a need to do that. So they say required password hash and salt. Password mysecret.hash. And there's a callback. So this is asynchronous? Huh. Store hash, including algorithm iterations and salt. Verifying a hash. If not verified, don't try, we got you? What? What does this mean? Can you imagine a cop? You're about to, I guess this kind of makes sense, but you're about to like break into a store and he says, don't try, we got you. It just sounds like this person has English as a second language and I probably shouldn't be making fun of them, so fine. Plus, if their name is Florian Heinemann, they're probably not speaking English as a first language. That's why I'm just a meanie. So hashes are generated with PBKDF2 with 10,000 iterations. Created hashes of 270 character length and is of the following format. Yeah, I mean this is fine, I guess. I probably don't want 10,000 iterations. You can probably customize that, and even if you can, I could just fork this library. What the heck does verify do? It's for once you, I mean, there are two steps to saving a password, or using a password, I should say. One is client types hunter2. Then you run this through hash plus salt. So you end up with whatever, some string. And then later, client types hunter2. So you pull the hash from the DB. This. Well, I guess later client types, fake password. You compare their hash against the DB's. So this might hash to something else, and you find out they're not equal. It's a standard thing to do, 10,000 rounds of hashing. Hashing is fast. I wanna do a performance check on this. Also, I want to see how they use crypto. They use the built-in function here. So this is probably dead simple, huh? They split based on $, which means that a $sign can't ever show up in the hashed password. That better be the case. Yeah, because they're pretty gratuitously using $signs here. Let's check this out. What's the salt they generate? Don't use hashing, use bcrypt or scrypt. It's all hashing though, right? Well, this isn't, I don't know what this is actually. PBKDF2, password-based key derivation function 2. Key derivation function is part of RSA's public key cryptography standard. I agree, bcrypt. Node.js bcrypt. A native JS bcrypt library for Node. Wait, but I don't know what this is using underneath. This is not like an MD5 based hash. It doesn't say that anywhere on here. And I doubt. This is very widely used, but sounds very dangerous to me. Someone wrote their own bcrypt in... What? Man, that's happened to me before, too. You need constant speed hashing functions because of timing attacks. I always wondered how well timing attacks work in the wild. Like, I know I've heard of attacks where even they just listen to the computer fan and they can apparently get your password, and I don't know. Because the weird thing about timing attacks is that there's so many other variables in the pipeline. If I know how long you take to hash the password, I could derive the password. I mean, yeah, I can see how theoretically that'd be possible, but I think in practice, and I know it's worked in practice, but man. So I used to work in security. I did not like it, but I would hear stories about that. And the computer fan thing was the craziest. I want to look more into that or find out what their code was. They never share code in those news articles. Anyway, I want to look at the... What's this? Project has moved to GitHub. This was updated a day ago. See, that doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me. Okay. Get byte, encode base 64, decode base 64. So here's the actual code. And actually, this looks pretty hard to screw up. It looks like they just took an algorithm off of Wikipedia or something. Previous implementation will try to find too. I want to look at the code for all these things, ideally. And Node's code is online somewhere. Is this it? Ubuntu Node.js Node. So if I just search for this, we can see what it is they're doing in their crypto. That's test code, test code, test code. Where's our actual code? Here it is. So PB2K, I already forgot the thing. PBKDF2. Yeah, here it is. Password salt iterations, key length, digest, callback. And they call into this. Which, where is that defined? Here it is. Password, tobuff, password, tobuff, salt. Binding, wait, what? Did they leave this to native code to do this? What's binding here? What is binding? This looks like it's a required library. Process.binding crypto? I don't know what this is. What is iterations in that context? Is how many times it hashes itself? Yeah, it's usually something like that, because that way if you hash, the letter A into some string, then one lookup would find that thing. But if you use some weird number of this, then you're hashing this again usually, and it's some other different thing, and so on and so forth, so that eventually, anyway. Hey Thomas. Okay, I think I want to just try this out. I do want to finish looking through here, and I want to try some performance tests on this. So let's take a look. Test performance of password hashing. And I also, if I'm going to use this, I need to make sure that this can never produce a $sign. Oh, it's base 64. Is that what that is? PBKDF2. Oh no, that's the key length, not the base. Where did that code go? Yeah, key length is 64. I don't trust this. And yeah, Weedly, that would be what I assumed there. Hashing hash strings makes no sense. Hashing a source string with a hash string appended makes more sense. Oh yeah, then maybe they add the salt in each time. I don't know. I didn't look at their code exactly yet. I want to test this out and make sure. Is this even used? If I go over to here and I search for, what was it? Password hash and salt. Nah, it's downloaded like 2,000 times. I wonder if... Yeah, all these sound to be about the same. Okay, so make sure I cannot remember what this is supposed to be. I should remember the acronym. Password-based key derivation function 2 cannot produce $signs. Yeah. So I was wrong about what I was saying here. I think what I meant is this plus salt, and then this plus salt, and you keep doing it that way. But then, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so let's go download this. Desktop del. I deleted this whole folder, or at least I should have. rm star. Cannot remove testpug. rmrf testpug. Done. Now we have an empty folder. So let's do this. We're going to call this whatever the name of that library is, which is password hash and salt. Passwords. Just call it that. init-y npm install save. So let's get the whole. Let's get this. And then let's do this. Don't try, we got you. Yeah, using bcrypt is finding a JavaScript implementation of bcrypt. And yeah. And I mean, that would work, but I don't know. Bcrypt versus password based key derivation function 2. You're good with the PBKDF2, no need to jump to bcrypt. Whoa! This is a really interesting table. Estimated cost of hardware to crack a password in 1 year. I wonder if this is even true. And when was this done? But either way, PBKDF2. I mean, this is the one you, I guess, really care about, right? If it takes $1.5 trillion to hack a password. Hey, Darkstorm. I don't know what this means exactly, though. 5 seconds? So, is that how long it took to do this? Just arrived here? Is he talking about encrypting client side? No, I'm just going to do the password encryption on the server side and send it over HTTPS. Brute force calculator? What? What is this? I mean, this would probably be cracked as fast as it takes to do one thing, because this is like the world's most popular password, right? Or hello 1234 or something like that. But this doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter about this. And no one's going to use brute force attacks on this if they know I'm hashing passwords, because that's ridiculous. They'd use lookup tables and dictionary attacks and variations on that. I don't know. I'm debating between bcrypt and this kind of library. But I do want to try this out, so let's try it. So what do we have here? So let's do... So yeah, here's what their hashes end up being. It looks like these are all just hex. And if they are hex, then we don't run into a problem with dollar signs. But how does it produce hex? Is it because... Where's their code? Default encoding. Buffer. That's not the kind of encoding I wanted to know about. Salt iteration. And how do they make the salt that they have here? I gotta take a look at all this stuff. Let me close out of all these other tabs. This and this. They take in a salt. And if the salt isn't specified, new buffer salt hex. Salt equals undefined. So the salt is still undefined. We get into here. Oh, crypto.randombytes64. Random bytes is not the cryptographically sound random, is it? Node.js crypto. There's a way to use a pseudo-random number generator, and then what does random bytes do? Generates cryptographically strong pseudo-random data. Oh, well, I take that back. But this could fail, couldn't it? I thought if it didn't have enough entropy, it would fail. Yeah, it does fail. A block until there's sufficient entropy. I don't know. I don't know if there are any issues I'll run into here where this takes a long time to do. Okay, well, anyway, I did verify the first thing. Now the next thing I wanted to do is check how long it takes to do this stuff. So let me think about this. Let's copy paste all of this. So hashing a function or hashing a password. So let's say like this is my password. I don't care, whatever. That. So hashing that, we're gonna do const num hash or let num hashed equals 0. Let num2 hash equals what? Like 100,000. So we'll do this. If we got an error, throw an error. Otherwise, we'll do num hashed plus plus. Okay, cool. Now, for I equals 0, I is less than num to hash. I plus plus. Password is the name of this thing? No, password hash and salt is now the name of this thing. We're going to do that. We're going to paste all this up to here. And we're going to take in the password here. Then we're going to do hash password that. And then we're going to do if num hashed is greater than or equal num to hash, then console.log done. So let's keep track of a start time. Yeah. Set a start time, and then the end time. Actually, I could just do that here. What am I doing? If num hashed is greater than or equal num to hash, then finished. Okay, cool. So then function finished, const end time equals date.now, const elapsed time equals end time minus start time, and console.log finished hashing num2 hash hash passwords. Elapsed time okay, how long will this take? I don't know. Okay, well, noticeably longer than a second. Maybe I screwed this up. Let's just change this to 100 passwords then. Right, this code does finish. Yeah. So each password is taking 8 milliseconds. That seems like kind of a lot. Oh, hey, ProSam. Sorry. Yeah, this does seem like a lot. If num hashed %100 equals 0, console.log done hashing num hashed password. Actually, this could never print. Yeah, there we go. Now, granted, this is only going to take place when people sign up for an account or if they change their password. But I still think 8 milliseconds per password seems pretty high. Well, 7.7, but that's on my computer. On AWS, this might take a lot longer because I don't get full CPU time on there. Yeah, I don't know. And that's just hashing a password. What about verifying a password? Verify password. So what do we have here? This is the hash that I got for, I don't even know what. Actually, I don't remember what that was for. So let's just console.log the hash again. There. Okay, so let's take any of these. So this is const hash equals that. What are you using for hashing? The PBK DF2. And yeah, I was overlooking that pedicure's sake. I realized that. And that's why I was going to do verified password now. Okay, so verifying a password is this code. Copy this here. So verify a password. This password verify against hash. Or let's just say saved hash, I guess. So something went wrong, otherwise it verifies it. Let's just say did not verify and then verified. Okay, so we will not do this yet. We're gonna do that. But let's just do a single verify password, this password. Whoops. So that should verify. Good, it did. Now, if we don't have the right password, it doesn't verify. All right, so let's try this out now. We're gonna just do this, and we're gonna get rid of the console.logs in there. And then here, we'll do the same thing that I had. Yeah, it seems to be taking about the same amount of time. Yeah, that's almost exactly the same. Okay, so the real question is, am I happy with that level of performance? Why do I feel like something's on my face? I think so. I could always just change this out later. And the resulting string that I get looks like this, which is relatively large. They're all 270 bytes, or 270 characters, I should say, which is, I don't know how many bytes in SQL. They're probably 2 or 4 bytes per character, which means it's like a kilobyte to save a password. I think I'm just gonna go with this. And then if I decide this isn't good enough later, I can change it. One of the nice things, they say this right in the description of the module though, is that you got the algorithm here, the number of iterations here, then I'm pretty sure this is the salt and it's 64. The key length is 64. What? I don't know. Should salts really be this long? But then here's the hash of everything. Sure you need to do 1K rounds of PBK DF2? I mean, I'm not sure, but that Stack Overflow page that I looked at when I did decrypt versus this, that said The recommendation to use 1,000 iterations was made in the year 2000. Now you'd want much more. Granted, it doesn't matter. I can always up that number and then go through the database and like update the hashes if I need. The password is hexadecimal. No, it gets hashed to hexadecimal. But this is 128. It's a hex number of length 128, which is like bonkers, right? Because that's 16 to the 128th if you were to try to brute force this. So that's a pretty large number, right? Yeah. So it's 1 with 154 zeros after it. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So I'm not concerned about brute force password hack attacks anyway. It was mostly just, can you manipulate the algorithm at all? I think this will be fine. Like I said, I think I'm going to use this. Bcrypt salts are usually a lot shorter than what you have. Yeah, I'll use this, and if I want to switch this eventually, I can. I could also fork this library and then pass in my own amount for this. Or, oh, you know what? I could just pass in my own salt. I didn't realize. Yeah, because I can do that here. They happen to be passing in 64 random bytes. But I could just pass in my own salt at any point. And it wouldn't be so crazy. In fact, let's try that. So we need crypto. Because I don't know if there's a point to having such large salts. So let's try hashing a password using my own. So crypto.randombytes 32. And then once we have the salt, we run it through this function. So password comma gen salt. Silly name. Okay, so let's see if this is any faster. Doesn't really matter too much if it is. Oops. Gotta stop printing out the hash. I don't think it would matter, right? Yeah, it looks like it sped it up a tiny bit. Like if I say a salt of 1 byte, is that any faster? Yeah, I don't think it matters. Yeah, it doesn't. And yeah, MCS Mike, I agree. I like their idea for saving passwords. This is pretty good because what this means is if I ever change the number of iterations, I don't need to go and like invalidate all of the passwords in the database. I could up this to 50,000 at some point, and all the passwords that exist will continue to work just fine. So yeah, let's use this. Like I said, I think this is pretty good for right now, and I think using 64 bytes for the salt is fine. In fact, let's just do a quick search. Something like salting passwords, salt length. What is the optimal length for user password salt? Currently accepted standards for hashing passwords create a new 16-character long salt for every password. What is this link to? Where did they get the number 16 from on this page? I don't know. I don't think this matters. Boot up an EC2 instance to test it out. I'm giving a shout out to C#. I'm not too concerned because if it ends up taking like 15 milliseconds on an EC2 instance. Wait, who's doing the hashing? It's the account server, right? Yeah, it's the account server. And the account server is going to be something that's going to have, it's going to be load balanced. It's going to have like 4 or 5 instances backing this thing. I think it should be fine. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Let me take a look at something just off screen for a second. I want to see if pusher people got back to me, although I don't. Oh, they did. Okay, hi Adam. No, there's no way of putting in authentication at that point. As I say, in the event of an inexplicable risk in connections or messages, I'd advise contacting us so we could work with you to diagnose and address the problem. The appropriate course of action would very much depend on the situation, but we would strive to keep your service running. Does this particular word sound a little bit like, "Hey, I think you're making problems up"? Hey, coal miner. Jolly Rancher says, "You go to school for computer science, or are you self-taught?" I went to school, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of self-teaching in there too, but I can't say I didn't go to school. Isn't this isn't this a little strange? Should I use Pusher? Should I just wait until there's a problem and then switch to my own thing? I don't know. I'll just I'll write myself a note to respond to her later. There. Yeah, they're being jerks, Adam. Wait, are they? I just think that particular thing is like, have they really never run into this problem before? It's just so easy to squat on connections. That's why. Oh, I don't know about this. So this is done. The performance on my computer, it averaged to about 7.5 to 8 milliseconds per password hash or verification. What's the problem going on? So it was this thing. This is what I have here. So a client says that I want to play a game. So they're put into a queue via the matchmaker. Now, some amount of time passes. Because it's not an instantaneous thing that you say, okay, I'm in the queue and then immediately you're in a game, we need to defer the response. So the way that I do that is via Pusher. And again, you should probably just take a print screen right now so that if you haven't read all of this, you can read it in a second. And the problem is this Pusher thing that I'm using, you can squat on connections there. I'm only allowed a maximum of 100, or if I pay money, something like 500 or 1,000. And it's trivially easy to squat on connections. And so I sent them an email and I said, hey, what do I do if this ever happens? And they said, well, and the off chance, there's no tone in email, so this is me just being a jerk. And the off chance that it happens, which has never happened in the history of humanity so far, then we'd work with you to try to keep your service online. We're not going to tell you how. Anyway, I, it's just an unfortunate reality, which is that there's always an attack surface of any application, and this one happens to have a very easy attack surface. And yeah, Patrick, I think I'm, yeah, this is just me being a jerk. I really shouldn't be. I think it's fine, and that I'll continue to use them for a bit. And if I run into a problem, I'll consider rolling my own solution. You wrote a sorting algorithm? Is it insertion sort? Is it bubble sort? Is it selection sort? Okay, so this is pretty good. Now the next thing is to just do it. So incorporate the node module that I tested. So I found something called this: password, hash, and salt. Bubble sort. Okay, that's it. That's all I need to do here. And this is actually much easier than I thought it might be. So let's go into the account server and do an npm install save password, hash, and salt. Right? Yeah, that's what it's called. Also, I should have used that exact version directive, but I forgot what it is. Either way, this did it because it's less than version 1. Which, by the way, how have they been working on this? That's not the right thing. This is the right thing. 2 years ago, 6 months ago, updated the README, bumped the version on package.json. Yeah, so basically it's not being made anymore. Which is fine. It does what I need it to do. And it doesn't look like this code can be out of date. It's basically what I need. Yeah. takes O who cares to run and O of 1 to type. That's not O of 1. It's O of n, where n is the length of your length of string. So what if my variable, or length of variable name I'm at, what if my variable name is like, this is the sorted array, oh god, I'm screwing up. See, this is why it's O of n, and I say sorted, that's definitely an O of n typing algorithm. CS jokes, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Ha. Okay, so we go into the account server, and when I go to save a password to the database, like create user, for example, we have the password here. We pass this into create user in the database wrapper. So the database wrapper has this here. We'll use this. Yeah. Oh boy. And solved. Okay, so here we have it. And the only place where we deal with passwords right now should be in the commented out code that I had and in create user. Is that correct? Yes. However, there is also verification code. So there are two parts of this: on save and on load. Wheelie, I swear, if you make that can't see sharp joke another time, you're getting a 7,000 minute timeout. Okay, so the question is, where do I do the hashing? Do I do it inside the transaction? That sounds silly. I think I do it outside of the transaction. And let me think about this, because the password here has not been hashed and salted. So this is just a plain text password at this point. And where do I verify passwords? Because there should be like 3 APIs that ever have to deal with passwords and nothing else. Until that exists password. Password not equal to super token password. Here, that doesn't help. Aha! Here it is. So there's one where I check to see if the passwords are equal. And is there anywhere else that I do this? Wait, go back up. No, that's it. So yeah, it's just that one. So password dot star not equal. There's just this. So that's going to need to turn into a verification process. Excuse me, that is asynchronous. No, Wheatley, I'm not seriously giving you one. And I had a feeling you'd do that. And hey, Orange Ray. EJ, are you trying to practice your sorting algorithm in Slither.io? Line up the snakes from order of smallest to largest. Okay, so let me see this. We do this, then dot hash, then we get a callback. So the question is only, do I hash the password inside the transaction or outside of it? I don't think we run into any issues hashing it outside, so I think we just do it outside of it. So let's do this. Let's promisify the hash function, assuming we can even do that. So let's go download this. Let's get Bluebird over here. npm install save Bluebird. Then let's try promisifying this function. It should be doable. Let's just do this. Promisified hash function equals password hash and salt. Promise.promisify password hash and salt dot, what's it called? Dot hash. Wait, but you make this on a, oh man, let me look at this library. Export the password function. Huh. I think I'll just make my own Promisify version and not rely on Bluebird's Promisify. Yeah, let's do that. So hash and salt password. So return new promise. Do we have Bluebird here? Nope, 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 nope. So let's include it. New promise, resolve, reject. So we'll do this. So password hash and salt. Goodness. Okay, so let's do this. We don't use a salt here, and then we get error hash. So if error, then reject. And we say reject it with the error, I guess. Might as well do that. Otherwise, it was successful, so we do resolve hash. And that's it. Easy peasy. Okay, cool. So let's do that here. Return this dot hash and salt password dot then, and we get the password hash, and then that's where this is going to be. How does this work? This dot connects dot transaction. I would need to put all of this code into here. I don't like this. Yeah, because it's going to involve tabbing all this in again. Darn it. Alright, well, I don't know how to get around that. I guess I just use... No, I don't know how to get around that. Yeah. Man, this is obnoxious. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like how this is tabbed in like 5 times before you even get to the first line of code. How else would I do this though? I guess here's what I could do. I could close this function here. So let's put this here. Close this. And then I could say something like create user with password hash. And then take pretty much all the same things I had there. See, this is why this is a bad idea. And this should really be changed to params at that point. So this just becomes password hash. We don't even have their password at this point. And then all of this stuff is pretty much the same as it was. Now, out of curiosity, does this actually make the code better? So now instead of password, we'd say password hash. And that's it. Then everything else looks exactly the same. And then here, we just do return this dot create username, email address, password hash, pseudo money accrual rate, serialized starter inventory. We'll of course probably change these into an object and not individual params. I think I like this slightly better. So this is intended to be a private function now. This is supposed to be a private function. And then this is the plain text password. Alright, there. Connects that transaction, co-function TRX instead. I'd still need to pass it in at the end. Yeah, I'm fine with this for right now. Because even if I could put this all in one, I'd still need it tabbed in further than this function could have it. All right, so let's use this, and then the other thing I need to do is make it on verification. So there's this part right here. I guess we use the database wrapper for that too. So we'll say verify password. How does this work? Oh, we can pass in the hash. Verify password against hash. Password hash, whatever. That's pretty much fine. So let's go back to here. We're going to make this a promise-ified function. Let's take this, delete that. So return new promise, resolve reject. We're going to do password hash and salt password dot verify against hash error verified. So if error, reject error. If not verified, reject new error, could not, or no, well, how do I say this? Just, I guess password did not verify. And otherwise, we resolve, and we're good. Cool. So now we have this function. It's a promise already, so we can do this here. We do, well, this already has a catch on it, right? Yeah, catch, generic promise chain error. So yeah, we just do this here. Return, or kind of, we can't totally do this. We gotta do this here, I guess. Return this dot database wrapper dot verify password against hash. So we need the password they specified, their password, against the password in the database. So then we get rid of this, and we put this here. Dot then. Okay, got it. Nice. I wrote out Promisify because I didn't feel like figuring it out. This is also, Promisify is like an incredibly complex function. I don't think the performance is nearly as good as just writing out a new promise each time. But yeah, I didn't want to have to, I guess I just bind this function to a, I don't know, I'd have to do like password.bind null, then the password goes here, dot hash dot bind. Like, I just thought it looked like a big mess. Baby rage. Okay. The audacity of some of my viewers. Also, Red Kazan isn't here, so fine. I'll unrigatoni the giveaway and just run another one. Now Lucalo wins. Hooray! Yeah, I think the rest of this is fine. So now passwords will be saved in a legitimately secure way. Let's go delete the database. It's my favorite thing to do about Botland. Drop database. Okay, now we just rerun this and then use Botland. This work? Yeah. And then select star from users. So check it out. Now the password, wait. Don't check it out yet. Hang on a second. Password is just text. Yeah, okay, good. So now the passwords are incredibly long strings, and we want to write a verification process. So if I ever showed you this on screen, you couldn't get the plain text password unless you still ran this through some crazy checker program. Oh, see you, EJ. Can I have the light token? Well, since you asked nicely, here you go. MCS Mike. There, done. Yeah, so here's our hash. Now, if I were to do this, there's verify password. So let's do this, and password to hash is going to be. Wait a second. What? How does this work? No. Just write out the code down here. So password hash and salt here is the password, and here's the hash. I should probably write these on their own line. Password to check equals password. Hash to check equals that. Okay. All right, so we have this, and then we do, oh, that's not how this works. Dot verify against hash to check error verified. If error, throw error. If password verified, verify. Cool, so let's try that. What happened here? Oh, I never finished this. Yeah, password verified true. Cool. Now let's try logging in, because this is the new secure system. Oh, wait a second. How did... No, this won't work. I need to restart the account server. Okay, now it'll work. So I hit the connect button. Password.verify against is not a function. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to have. Password.verify against. That means that I forgot to write password. Oops, this should have just never been there. This should have been a dot, right? What? And then this should have been another parenthesis? No, this shouldn't have even existed. I think that's right. There we go. Hey, Endorn. Alright, let's try that out. Oh, come on. Password hash and salt dot verify against. What is this supposed to be? I just wrote this out over here. Password hash and salt. Oh, it's a function. Okay, never mind. I see what I did wrong. Okay, this should have been on the password dot verify against hash. Yes, there we go. Okay, got it. Got it. Connect. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so now we're in, and it verified that password against the database. It had no way of knowing the password is the password because of this stuff. So we're good. Okay, cool. So join game, leave queue. Yeah, this stuff doesn't matter. Okay, great. Nice. That's it. That honestly wasn't so bad. And this gives me a lot of confidence going forward that I'm not going to totally leak a bunch of passwords. Remember, good security means that even if you saw the source code, it wouldn't help you. So this is done. That's done. We just got to check this in. So we added password hash and salt. We added a couple of functions here, which I didn't comment. Verify. Verifies that a password that, how do I say this? Verifies that a password matches the hashed password. I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious what this function does. And it returns a promise. A promise that resolves only if the password verifies. Yeah, fight security for the security, Harry Potter. Wait, did Harry Potter actually say this? Because for all I know, it's a quote in the book. And everything Harry Potter related always reminds me of Wizard People Dear Reader, which was like the greatest piece of media ever produced by mankind. So hashes and salts a password. A plain text password. Or really any string, it doesn't matter. A promise that is resolved with the hash of the password. ProSam, I don't know. I don't even, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could tell you how it could happen, but I didn't work at that part of Microsoft. So I can't tell you like why they did it the way they did it, or actually, honestly, even if I did work at that part, I probably still couldn't tell you that. And I wish I was as fast as you. Hi, Gadget Fun. I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to the stream. So these things have been, yeah, this is the only part that I think this is not good. So let's change this. So what do I say here? We hash the password outside of a database transaction because it's, yeah. Well, yeah, because it's not a good idea to keep a connection open for something not related to the database. Something that doesn't need the database. How about I make this more succinct too, because it doesn't require a database connection. Cool, done. All right. So like I said, I want to change this. Like these are helpful to have here, but the only place create user is called is from exactly one spot, right? Yep, right here. So let's just change this into this. We'll make it an object, and we'll try to keep the... Man, I keep getting an Amber Alert on my phone. What is this? Amber Alert is always a stolen car or missing car? Amber Alert. Whoa. Okay, I'm not going to show you this on screen, but if you search Amber Alert in Bing and there is an Amber Alert out, it's a missing kid. Why did I think it was a missing car? What is this? Child safety guide. Okay. Weird. Alright, well let's put this down here. So then these were passed in before. I'm going to need to change these slightly. Let's make it take in params now. And then we'll pass the params directly over to here. And same thing here. Shittle says, can you help me? Yeah, sure, what's up? We hash the password outside of a database transaction because it doesn't require a database connection. Yeah. Amber Alert is when someone is missing, yeah. Do I have an NVIDIA GPU? Yes, I do, but it's really bad. It's, well, you can see what it is here. It's a GeForce GT 630. Okay, so this stuff all works fine, except for that this has to be params.password. And then we cram that into, so let's do delete params.password, and then params.password hash equals password hash. Or we pass that in like a normal, I don't know. You can do this either way. I think this is a slightly better way though. Let's do it this way. Make sure the database doesn't have access to the plain text password in order to prevent accidents. Have you updated your drivers recently? And if yes, do you have Vulkan runtime libraries in your programs list? I have not updated them recently. And do I have Vulkan runtime libraries? Probably not. Phantom bot. Whoa, this is keeping logs of... Oh, that's just today. Wait, let me see this. Wow. Earlier this morning, the memories are flooding back. I started a stream today. Well, this would be helpful if I had interrogated amnesia, but I don't. So let's just ignore that. Yeah, I don't seem to have it, Shirtle. So create user, when we actually go to use any of these params, this is where I gotta do this. Username equals. Do I want to do this? Params.username everywhere. Email address. What else do we used to have here? We'll just diff the current file and find out. It was this stuff. So we had username, email address. We need the password hash, which is already there. Great. We need sudo money accrual rate, which is probably going to be deleted eventually. Serialized starter inventory. Yeah, that stuff's fine. Good. 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 I should probably do some verification around this. Oh no, original pepper, it's happening. This function actually saves the user to the database. See create user for more details on the parameters. This is intended to be a private function since it should take a password hash. Okay, so this is the only important thing. A hashed password, which for now happens to contain the salt and the algorithm and the number of iterations in it. Just probably, should probably write that out over here. Hashes currently look like this. Where's the hash of the word password that I had? This thing. I don't want this to take up so many lines. So hashes currently look like this. This means they have the algorithm, the number of iterations, the salt, and finally the password itself. Is that correct? The salt is the third argument? Let's take a look. So let's see. Hash password split. Key 3. That's the... Wait a second, what? Iterations. Oh, come on. They hard-coded a check here for 10,000, so I can't just increase that at some point. That's too bad. Are you implementing your own hashing system or algorithm? No, I'm not. I'm just using something that already existed. Man. So this dot hash. They could have just made this specifiable. In fact, I should probably extend this and just do it myself. I could do it in the future. Then what? New hash? So key 3. That's the last one. Right, it's the salt that gets saved third. This, iterations, key, and then salt. What is key in this case? No, that's the password. The last one's the salt. Oh man, I don't understand what's going on right now. Okay, let's just look at their documentation, because they already say what this is. Hash and then salt. So salt is last. The hash and finally the salt. Hey, Pettermaster. And Tech Mode, thanks for following. Adam, is it possible to set color loop on each of the lights separately? Yeah, it is. I can show you. So here's the website you get when you follow me. And if you click 1 and press on and then... Uh-oh. That's not good. Hang on a second. Okay, let's try this again. So if you click 1 and press on, then 2 and then on, and 3 on and 4 on. Is that working? Yeah, it's pretty subtle. I could turn one of them off. I don't know which one. Oh, that light number 4 is the strip light back there. So if I change that to red and then do it. Yeah. Whoosh. Okay, let's turn them all off though. There, and back to white. There you go. Yeah, so you can do that. This string represents the algorithm used, the number of iterations, the hash, and finally the salt, as is specified by this page, by the password, hash, and salt documentation. But what I don't understand is they don't seem to use the salt again. That doesn't matter, I guess? No, because they... Wait, no, I don't understand. Key 3... I don't think this is right. Salt.toString, it's just random stuff. And then they call hash... Oh, they call it with the... Oh. I get it. Okay, never mind. I understand how this works. They're specifying the same salt that they had the first time around. So when they go to verify it, they're not using random numbers the second time. They're using the already generated number. And yeah, original Pepper, what Thomas Darvik said is correct. Password-based key derivation function 2. That. So I just need to change this. As specified by the password, hash, and salt documentation, this string represents that. Okay, great. This only lets me know what the format of this thing is, because this is a pretty long string. I might want to trim that down at some point. Grab salt from DB. Yeah, that's what's being done right now. It's all being saved in the same column, though, which is kind of nice. So this specifies the algorithm. The salt is going to be the last part of this. Where's the $sign? I don't see the $sign. I don't know. This goes back. Oh, here. Yeah, this is the salt. No, the above is a hash of password. Okay, nice. So we got this, we got this. We need to specify this. So app_param object params, an object with the following required parameters. Why'd you pick that over others? More specifically bcrypt. There's already a library for this, and bcrypt needs to have a JavaScript based implementation for it to work. So I figured I might as well use something that Node already did, which is the PBK DF2 algorithm. And yeah, the salt is very long. So then these just aren't params. We can just get rid of this. Okay, cool. Set up a plain text password. Now there's nothing stopping me from just hashing the password myself from the caller side. In fact, maybe that's how I should have specified this. Oh man, I don't know. I'm just all over the place right now. When we call create user, is this already a promise or what? Yeah, there's no reason it can't be a promise. Then we call in a create user, but with the right password. Gotta say, I think I like that better. I think that's how I'm gonna change this. Yeah, that way password hashing is still done by the database wrapper, but so that we don't have to worry about promises or anything. Yeah, this is a bad way of doing things. All right, so I'm gonna make that change when I get back from the bathroom. So I'll just write this here. To do hash the password here and just pass it into the database. That way the DB code doesn't really have to change. And yeah, I'll just add some verification code in the DB to make sure that the password specified is at least 30 characters, meaning it is a hash and not plain text. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that, like I said, once I get back. I just gotta use the bathroom really fast. Because I muted my microphone before saying this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Can I do variable assignment in an if condition? Yeah, you should be able to. I don't know if it, well, if other people are saying it doesn't work in JavaScript, then maybe it doesn't work in JavaScript, but let's try it out. So, if a equals 5, yeah, it works. You probably shouldn't do it, because it's very unclear whether it's intended or not a lot of the time. And Master of Sound, I don't think I've seen you here before either, but hey. Alright, well, let's fix this. This is just this to-do item here. So I'm pretty much going to convert this back into exactly the code it used to be. That's a little bit annoying, but what are you going to do? So let's just do this. So this is going to be password hash instead of password. And then, you know what? Before I do any of this, let's copy paste all this code over to here, and then let's go fix this. And then we just delete all of this. There, that's it. Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, and then the server needs to pass in the correct thing. So let's go get the hash password thing. This. It works in JS, yeah. I mean, I just did it in Node. So you just got to do this, and then with the password hash. Good. So let's do that. This dot database wrapper dot hash insult password. Then we pass in this. And make sure to pass in the password hash. Then we get rid of this. These can all still be tabbed in. There. And that should be that. Now we just need some quick verification code over here, and then also to fix up these comments, which are now totally borked. So let's go do that. Ooh. This is not the easiest. I guess I gotta copy it like this and then paste it over here. Hey, that works, kind of. Not entirely. Is that how I do this? Yeah. So password hash is not the plain text password. Make sure hash and salt password was called on it first. The reason we expect callers to do this is because that's an asynchronous function, and it shouldn't be, and it doesn't require a database connection, so it shouldn't be done inside of the transaction here. There, that's a pretty good way of doing this. Are you going to encrypt user data? Probably not important for this type of application unless you're going to store credit card numbers. So no, I don't plan on encrypting any user data. There won't be credit card numbers because I don't have the system set up for it. You need to be PCI compliant if you're going to store credit card numbers, and I just don't plan on. There's no need. There's really no need. So yeah, the only thing you might want encrypted is your password, and that'll be encrypted. Your username and email address, I mean, ideally, like, we won't have database leaks anyway, but they wouldn't get any personal information. We're just storing botland stuff. But either way, you'll see all that in a privacy policy once the game is fully released. Variable assignment doesn't work in an if statement if you're checking multiple things. It probably does, and you just need parentheses there. Because if you do something like if a equals 6 and true console.log hi, I bet a is 6. Yeah, it does. You just need to put it in parentheses. Because remember, a equals 6 evaluates to true. There won't be any database leaks. No. Okay. What I'm saying is there shouldn't be. So it's not like whatever is unencrypted is going to be visible to the entire world. It would be if the database leaked, but that's obviously not the plan of record for anybody. So I wouldn't worry about this stuff. But again, if you are worried about it, there will be an official privacy policy at some point, and you shouldn't trust whatever I'm telling you here, although I'm not trying to lie to you. So this is fine. The only thing I want to do here is this. If password hash dot length is less than, actually, how about this? If not is string password hash, or password hash dot length is less than 30, I'll just do return promise dot reject new error. Password hash was either undefined or was either not a string or was too short, meaning it was probably a plain text password specified instead. This is a big problem, but at the very least, we just won't store it in the database if that happens. I can't imagine ever having a hash of less than like 30 characters, so I think this is going to always be safe to do. I know it's hard-coded, but if a is set to a falsy value, would it return true still for assignment? I don't know. And by the way, those are the kinds of things where instead of asking me, you should probably check it yourself. Because, yeah, so you're right. It's only if a is set to a truthy value. Shouldn't be any database leaks. Oh, yeah. And John, thanks for following. If we find out Adam is coding things off stream, we know there probably is a vulnerability waiting to be found. Okay, so I think this is good. Let's check it in. Well, let's lint it and then check it in. Where is the... Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is the same thing that I had before. These are now commented, right? Yep, and yep. Yep. Yep, looks good. Yep. Yep. Cool. Security. Strings must use single quotes. Easy to solve. Params is not defined. That is a big problem, actually. Hash and salt password. This should have just been the word password, I believe. In fact, maybe we should make it clear by saying plain text password in a lot of the cases. I don't know. I think this is fine, though. Okay, let's try it out. So I'm going to go back into the database. I'm going to drop the database. We're going to rerun this. Then we're going to select everything from the database again. We should have the hashes here. Uh-oh, something broke. Password hash was added, not a string, or was too short. And it was probably a plain text password instead. Oh, come on. How did this fail? Create user. Oh, I call create user from the database code. Don't I? No, I don't do this here. Populate database? Create user? Ah, this is where I do it. Okay. I gotta change that. So function create user. Do this here. I guess we'll just take in all the different parameters. So it's username, email address, password, pseudo money accrual rate, and starter inventory. So instead of any of these, we're just going to do that. And, oh, nope, that one needs to be the same. Okay. Database wrapper dot, and this is what the account server does right now. We got to do the same thing here. Hash and salt password. Dot then password hash return database wrapper dot create user. Username, email address, password hash, pseudo money accrual rate, start inventory. Okay. So let's try that out. Cool. It did not succeed. Come on. There. I'll get it eventually. Database wrapper is not defined. Oh, great. So I guess we got to pass this in. Yeah, this is where this becomes a little bit more annoying. Yeah. Okay. So let's drop it, restart this. It's working. We use this database, we select everything. So we have those passwords saved correctly. Let's reload the account server and test this out too. Right, everything had linted fine, I assume. I refresh this, and when I hit connect, if this connects me to the database, then we're great, perfect. If I try a bad password, password did not verify. Okay. Kind of a weird thing to send to a user. Probably need to fix that. So we reject this. That's coming from the account server. Oh, and then we forward any sort of error message over to the client. This is on connection. I don't think this is a good idea. We just send a 500. Error, could not log in. Perhaps your username or password is wrong. There, that's better. Shortening database wrapper to DWrap, a good idea. I don't think having verbose variable names is a bad idea. Chat should give Adam a performance review. Is Adam doing well? Yes, no. Here's my performance review. There. Are you happy? So let's try this out. If I try logging in now with a bad password, I shouldn't get such a specific error message. So password 2, could not log in. Perhaps your username or password is wrong. All right, if I try logging in with the correct one, it just logs me in, right? Yep, good. I can sell things, perfect. Why did it say Fetching a user. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I think we're good. Why don't I check this in? Very Boolean of you. What are the results? Oh, isn't that nice? Sometimes you surprise me, chat. I would not have expected that. This is a simple wrapper around create user that hashes the password first. Okay, looks good. Looks good. I already checked all this. I just want to make absolutely sure that it all worked, and I did now. So, passwords are now hashed, and well, salted and then hashed, according to the npm module password salt and hash. That way they're saved securely to the database. All right, nice. So we can get rid of this, we can get rid of this, we can get rid of these. Send an email to the address with a link to the address, what? To the user's sign-up address with a link with a randomly generated token. So this is not possible yet. I can't send emails yet because my AWS thing still says pending verification. I don't know why it's taken so long. If I refresh this, is it done yet? No. I probably screwed something up. There's no way it can take this long to validate my domain. I mean, it says it can take up to 72 hours, but really, what are they doing here? Maybe, is there anything I could have screwed up though? I went into Route 53, I made a text record at exactly the address they told me to, _ Amazon SES. I have that right here, _ Amazon SES. I made a text record. The quotation marks have to be added in because it says that that's required over here. Enclosed text in quotation marks. And that's it. I copy pasted the string, right? Starts with BK and ends with I equals. Oh, that's not the same. Oh. Oh, I never would have. How did that not make it into the string the first time? I must have copy pasted this. Save record set. So that's what was stopping this from getting validated that whole time? Oh, I feel very silly. It's going to take 5 minutes to invalidate the cache. Oh, man. The values don't match. Yeah, Mr. Banks. I didn't know that. Do the poll again. Yeah, gadget fun. Now I just get a million no's. Okay, well then we have to wait at least 5 minutes. Oh, it's verified. Oh my god. That took like 2 seconds. Yesterday I was waiting hours for this thing to happen. I checked this morning. That's what you've been saying since yesterday? I didn't see you say that. Did you? Oh man, I'm sorry to Mr. Banks. I mean, I'm also sorry to myself because had I noticed you saying that, I could have just sent emails. So now I can send emails. Cool. But I can only send them to the email addresses that I have listed in here and to the test email addresses. So there's the AWS SES Sandbox. I haven't used this before, but you're only allowed to send emails to these or the verified accounts. But I don't think you can check and see what this looks like. How would I do this? I guess I could do this. Cons AWS utility was require / AWS util . There should be send email now. And how does this work? It takes in a to address, a subject, and a body. So let me do something off screen really quickly. This shouldn't, I don't care if you looked at my camera and figured out what I was typing right there. It doesn't really matter to me. Okay, so we're going to go back into Node and we're going to do this. Require that. So send email took in those things. So we'll say process.m.email. Subject is going to be hello world. Email body is going to be this is a test email from AWS. Now we press enter. No, we can't press enter yet. We should do a dot then and a dot catch here. So dot then would just be console.log success. And dot catch would be console.error error. Is email valid is not a function. Oh, how vexing. Too bad there's not a quote list. Yeah. Man, I know what I did here. Is email valid? I had copy pasted back when this was not a function in here. So this should just look like this. Tisk tisk Adam. Tisk tisk. Alright, so this was just fixed a bug. So let's try this out again. Let's run node. Let's get this. Let's do this. Still not defined? What? Is email valid? Where does this come from? Oh, it's network util. Oh, no, that was correct. Oops, no, undo all this. So the part that I screwed up is that I never installed. No, I did install it. What? Oh, I never updated? Maybe that was it. Does networking get updated here? If so, that was the problem. Yep, that's the problem. Okay. All right, take number 4. Whoa, hang on, let me take a look at this off screen. There were 2 validation errors. Missing required key subject. Is it? Subject is right here, right? What? How is this supposed to look? Send email. Oh, it's under message. Oops. Okay, that was my fault. This goes here. Let's put the subject above the body. Okay, so it says missing required key subject in params.message, and then unexpected key subject found at the top level. Oh, okay, so then I guess I do need to change this back to what it used to be. Okay, so let's try that out. Hey, William Chair. How's your game going? Okay, so let's try sending this email now. Come on, you can do it. Missing region config. Oops. You can't do it. Send email. So I should say, just like with the other ones, that this requires that you set AWS config, set AWS region. That's what it is. So let's do this. This requires that the region is set. So we'll just paste this into here. Set AWS region. Okay. And what do we set it to? US West 2. So we rerun this like the 8th time now. AWS util.set region to US West. And I don't know exactly what the regions are. So let's load up the infra code and take a look at how this does it. I think this is hard coded to set it to West right now. And Alirsha, thanks for following. Overseer AWS region. Oh boy, what's this set to? US West 2, yeah, okay, that's not bad. So US West 2, then I send email. Success! So now I should be able to check my email and find it. Let's see, I'll paste it over here. No reply. Oh my god, it worked. I sent an email. Here, I'll take a screenshot. I can show you this. There. It's beautiful. Hello world. This is great. Okay. So now that I know I can send emails and that the API was pretty much correct, we need to go check in the code. Thanks, Kizoku. Wait, I never checked this in to begin with? Ooh. Ooh, that's a problem. So we could have just force published. Yeah, we could have just force published. Okay, this is fine. So added the send email function. I apparently never checked this in though. That's the part that I find a little bit surprising. Fixed a bug. Yeah, I never did it. Okay. Fine. The version numbers jumped a bit because I forgot to make a check-in back when send email had bugs that I've since fixed. So I need to npm publish that. Modules, AWS, npm publish. Cool. So send an email to the user's sign-up address with a link with a randomly generated token that corresponds to the user that signed up. This should be a hash of the username and a UUID. We need to make sure that, I should say an assault, it's not a UUID if it's never going to be used again. We need to make sure this doesn't already exist in the database or else we generate a new one. Yeah, now does this have to be cryptographically sound? I don't think so. Because unless you guess other people's usernames and you knew when they signed up and you knew when they signed up. Yeah, I don't think this needs to be, doesn't have to be cryptographically sound. Hash needs to be, get saved in the database with a link back to the username or email or the user account ID. So send an email to the user's sign-up address with a link with a randomly generated token. This is a really dangerous thing to leave in my code. So I think what we do at first is we turn this into just a console.log and then eventually turn it into email. But right now, whenever I sign up with an account like madeup.com, it would try to send an email, and that'd be really bad. MCS Mike. No, thank you. Make a flag that allows me to control whether emails should actually be sent out or whether we should just mark accounts as valid immediately. That's, yeah, I should have a flag for that, I guess. I might as well. Okay. So a link with a randomly generated token. The URL, it doesn't even make sense to have this URL yet because the client doesn't know how to do any of this stuff. I think, how would I do password resets? Did I already plan that out? You click a link saying that you forgot your password. And then what happens exactly? So you click a link on the client saying forgot password. You have to type in your username and email address. If you do those things, you'll get an email sent with a password reset link. To prevent people from abusing this, nothing is actually done until you click the link in the email. And then what happens? What if they forgot their username? Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah. But that's more straightforward, I think. We can just send them their username in plain text in an email. I'm probably not even going to implement that feature for a while because I need to add rate limiting around it, and it's just more interaction with the database, and everything's pretty straightforward with it. Or you send them a new generated password. I don't think that's a good idea Because if you don't know your password, like, what's to stop me from typing in, yeah, my username is Gadget Fun, and I know this person's email address, so I'll type that in too. And now that person can't log in until they go into their email and realize, oh, someone else reset my password. I think that'd be a bad idea. Oh, you're saying, oh, never mind. I see what you're saying. When you click the link in the email, it sends you a generated password. Maybe that's what you meant. I'm not sure. But I think the link should just take you to a, like a type a new password here kind of thing. I don't really want to work on any of this flow right now. I think if you forget your password, just too bad for right now. And maybe that's something we have at launch, but I don't want to spend a bunch of time working on this right now. Why not have a reset link with a timeout? Yeah, but the timeout needs to be coded somewhere. Like, I need to save something in a database. I need timeouts for potentially a forgot username feature too. I don't think I'm going to do this right now. So resetting a password will be a thing I do in the future. Same thing with forgot username. So as far as validating your account goes, that's not going to be possible right now, I guess. Validating accounts. Send an email to the users. This should be a hash of the username. It's all orthographically sound. And we need to make sure this isn't used in the database. Hash gets saved to the database with a link back to that or the user account ID. Make a flag that allows me to control whether that should actually be sent. When a user clicks that link, it brings them to the client where they get a brief pop-up saying thanks for confirming. Make sure to tell the account server that you validated your account. This should set database constants dot account status dot email verified. Is that what that's called? Yeah. This should bitwise or into your account status in the database. Then invalidate the hash they've been given that was stored in the database so that they can't, so that, I don't know. Forgot username doesn't have to be separate from forgot password. Yeah, either way, I don't think either one's too important right now. I mean, no one can sign up for accounts right now anyway, because I've never opened up this endpoint to you guys. So invalidate the hash that they've been given that was stored in the database so that it's no longer taking up memory. So that they, yeah, that's it. Okay. And I think we do this in the future. Make a reset password API that can only be called twice per day by a user that will send an email to reset their password. This needs to involve the client for typing the new password in. I just don't think this is that important yet. And make a forgot username link on the client that will email your username to your email address. Okay, so all this stuff is going to be done in the future at some point. Let's just write this down here maybe. Remaining account server tasks, or like account tasks, account related tasks. Validating accounts, make a reset password, make a forgot username. Now what we do need to do, and this needs to happen probably today, is to actually get registration working. Where does that happen? So that still needs to take place at some point. I'm going to do that later. Verify domain, test sending this is done. So account server, look into links like this on the client side for validating a password. Yeah. Hang on, I gotta turn it. Let's go. Yeah, so I gotta put this down here now. So when the user clicks that link, it brings them to the client. So look into this. Alright, so update any validation required APIs by adding middleware to ensure that the account is validated. I don't know how we want this to work. Like, you make an account and then you just never click that link in your email. I guess after 3 days, we just set your account to no longer being valid. But then we have no way of differentiating between banning you and not banning you. Or you, yeah, no, there needs to be another state here. What do we do if your account is not validated within the 3 days? We could just ban your account forever. But that's a little harsh. If we disable it until you click the link, then we need an extra state in the database for is banned, since your account is not valid. Since we don't want someone doing this. 1, make an account, don't verify email yet. 2, get banned. 3, verify email. Due to a bug, you may be magically unbanned now. In SDSDS27. Thanks for following. Now I know what it's like when I go into someone else's channel and they're like, hey Adam, and a bunch of numbers. Thanks for hosting me. Yeah, so I gotta figure this out too. This is part of those other account tasks. If you never confirm your account, delete the record after X days. If someone doesn't confirm, you don't want to reserve the username for someone who's never going to use it. Oh, maybe. That's another design question. And I'm going to add this to the design questions here. Or do we just free up the username or something? Okay, back up to here. If the account hasn't been validated, add a resend verification email. Yep. Great, so get rid of all pre-beta related code. It's no longer needed. Registration. Aha, this is the next step. And the last step with account stuff for now, because I'm not going to do all that, user-friendly stuff. Forgetting your password and whatnot. No points for that. Huh. So something needs to host a create account page. It would have to be the client. Show a username field, email address, password, confirm password. Check to see if username is already taken as you type it. Question mark. Is there a captcha? Question mark. Make sure. So considerations. I don't think I'm going to do any of those. Send all this to the account server if the email address is valid and if the passwords match. So you'll know right off the bat if the email address is considered valid. That is all done via network util, which I don't think the client has access to. They don't. Oh boy. So networking, yeah. This uses a class, doesn't it? No, it's just functions. But, man. Is the sign up for account stuff going to be on S3 and CloudFront? I mean, eventually, yeah. Because it's going to be built into the client. Since that's where Botland's going to point. Yeah. Yeah, so this whole is email valid. The client does not need these functions, convert to IPv6 and convert to IPv4. So I could just make this a constant somewhere. And no, that's a bad idea. Or the client could just get these functions that it never uses. Or maybe, what if I deleted the functions? Can you do that? Let's try this out. So let's take a look at something like util. Util is a pretty good example. So I'm on here and I want to do debug main. Actually, I don't have util, do I? So I need to put a breakpoint in main.js. Let's just put in the constructor for now. That's not a good idea. Let's put it in setup anything. Setup inventory, sure. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so you get this thing. Now I have access to util. No, I don't. Oh, come on. Is it underscore util? Is it... What did this get saved as? That's strange. Util equals require botland util. So how does something like this get set up? Let's refresh the page again. Okay, there it goes. Util dot... Yeah, so there's all this stuff. So let's take a look at something like this. What do we need? Standard deviation. Like, we don't need this function, so we should just be able to just delete it, right? And then if I save off g equals util, and then just hit go, now g is set to that thing. G dot standard deviation doesn't exist. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. It's frustrating when I, as a programmer, get handed a spec for what an API will look like without being consulted. Yeah. Alright, then this will work. I can just delete these functions if I need to. Now there's one other thing to consider here, which is what else is included when I require this module. I can just get util if I want. And yeah, okay, I think that should be fine. Okay, so right now we have this. This is login. We want to add in a register. We obviously want to make this flow look pretty good eventually, but I don't think I'm going to make it look good for now. Yeah, how would I do this then? So right now you have input name, input password. If you click a register button, it could add like an email and confirm password. I think making API design decision reminds me of what I said in my... Oh, I see. Do you want me to consult you for all my future API design decisions, Mike? That way you'll feel like you're part of the loop. Because like I said, if I put a register button here, I could put two more fields up here. One says input email and one says input or confirm password. And then there's no way to like cancel out of that maybe. That bzzz in the background? Yeah, I don't know what that is. It's some kind of landscaping. Yeah, I don't know if there's a better way to do this for right now. The UI is just going to be temporary anyway. So connect and register. We'll just put, instead of the connect button, which this doesn't even exist that way, file and app, connect. Oh, it's a connect to server. That's how this was all done. Can you please consult me before doing anything to avoid anything like Ansible or Java Packers from happening again? The only thing I'm doing right now is just trying to come up with the basic UI to let you register. And I know that we're going to change this eventually, so I'm not really concerned with how it looks. That's why I was saying instead of just 2 fields here, there will be a button that shows you 4 fields instead. Or I show a completely different component, I guess. I don't know. Because ideally registration would also log you in. Man, I just don't even want to do this though. I don't want to work on UI stuff that's eventually going to be changed. But I do want users to be able to play easily. What do I do? I want to consult Ian first. Yeah, no, I plan on having a meeting with him at some point, and then we'll be able to talk about this stuff. Let me think about this. Okay, so right now it looks like this. Username, password, EULA, and connect. And what I was thinking of doing is changing it to be this. And when you press the register button, it would go like this. Email, confirm password. And then I guess it would change just to OK, or create account. Okay, I think this is good. There's no way to cancel out of creating an account. You just have to refresh the page. I think I'm fine with that for now. I don't want to make like a very extensive UI flow yet. So pressing register brings you to this. And then ideally, this would log you in a so I guess in addition to registering you, this would also log you in. Yeah, so that's the goal. And no, I care about UI. I just don't care about prototype UI. I think prototype UI should be considered to be throwaway, pretty much just like prototype code, and just functional enough. So that's what I'm going to do here. So we have this connect to server. This is also going to be the register with server. Hey, Kong Simon. Today's going pretty well so far. Yep, today's going pretty well. How about you, Kong Simon? So when you press register, we can show all this other stuff. Do we already have this hooked up? Nope. No, we don't. This has no concept of Redux backed state. It's all state that's stored directly in a constructor here. I could just connect it. Is that really a problem? Okay, let's connect it. I don't think there's a reason to spend a bunch of time on this. Except there's one thing I gotta do first and just make sure I don't have any code. Yeah, good, okay. So here's the connect button. Let's make a register button. On click this dot register dot bind this, and it's never disabled, right? Doesn't make sense to ever disable the register button. Yeah. So let's go make the register. For now, let's just do console.log hi. Because I just want to see this thing work. Then we'll add something else in. So why am I broken in? Pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. Set up balance tester. Oh, whoops, no. That's, never mind. Okay, so we hit register and it just says hi. Good. Hey, Smooth Dog. So now we connect this to the state. So the connect button would stop showing up. The register button would change into OK. And we have another reducer here. Or maybe this is lobby state. Let's connect it to the lobby state. Lobby state. So map state to props. Okay, so let's put this down here. Just connect to server, and we just want the lobby state. Okay. Had demo of my bachelor project today. A mobile nurse plan in front of a team of nurses in a big hospital. Scary. It's pretty good. How was it received? Did people like it? Cap. I just read what you typed, DJ. Okay, so if we have the lobby state here, then we can go into the reducer that I have and take a look at what's in here. We have show connect component and can join game. These are not the same lobby I was really talking about. But again, I don't feel like really doing anything else here. Let's just do test var false. No, I can't do that. I mean, I could do that, but it's not a good idea. So fine, let's do this. So we'll make this button be disabled if this .props.lobby state.testvar is false. So now it should be a disabled button. What's going on? Reference connect is not defined. Oh, I never included. Oh, whoops. Connect needs to be something that I require, right? Yeah. Oops, what am I doing? So it should be disabled. Good. And now if I change that false to true, it should be enabled. And good. Cool. Okay. So that was easy. I connected it to the store. Now I just need to figure out all the state and get this stuff working. And then I think after I get registration working, I'll go get lunch. Probably be about half an hour from now. Man, I'm exhausted. I mean, I'm still going to be coding for another like 4 hours today, but I'm feeling it. Call me Shulk. So let me think about this. When you press register, we'll get rid of, we'll change this. So is registering account. We'll set this to false by default. You mad? I'm not mad. Or are you asking someone else? Oh wow, Kong Simon, that's really good. It's nice when they say we want it right now. Okay, so there's this. So let's just change the text of this button. We'll do this dot props dot lobby state dot is registering account. So if you're registering account, then it should say create account, because that's the confirm button. Otherwise, it should say register. Why? Oh, I forgot a quotation mark. Okay, so let's try that out. Also, this is no longer needed. Okay, so the only thing I did is when you press this button, it should change into create account. It doesn't happen. Oh, because I forgot to, okay, hang on. So we have to enter the registration state. So let's go do this. Set is registering account. We need the lobby reducer to handle this. So this will be is registering account is action dot is registering account. Sure, fine. That's okay. Then we go into actions temp and we make this. Where did I make the first one? Next to set selectable bot base. Not that this matters. And then like we have a whole bunch of set is showing things. So I'll just paste this here. Is registering account. Oh, there's so much boilerplate. I should really look into how this is eventually going to get changed. There could be a better way to do this. In fact, I'm nearly positive there's a better way to do this. And I've looked at some of the boilerplate packages. I just haven't used them yet. So this dot props dot, we don't actually do things this way, do we? We've got to use bound actions. And where do these get bound? Bind action creators, temp actions. Yeah. Is this where I do all of this stuff? Temp action, dispatch. Yeah, this is where I do everything. Okay. Let's follow this same thing then. Probably shouldn't be binding all of these actions though. So temp actions needs to be included. Where does this come from? Oh, actions temp. The only thing is, this is probably not the right path. It's up one and then into, oh, it is the right path. Okay, cool. And the dispatch, we get it from props. Then when we have the bound actions, we can finally call into that, right? Set leaderboard is showing. So we want to say set is registering account true. Okay, there. So that's what it takes to do this. So now we click register. We can't click register because there's an error. Bind action creators is not defined. Whoops. Okay, so we click register and this should change names into create account. Perfect. All right, good. So now let's hide the connect button in that case. So is connect allowed? If, wait, what? Oh, there we go. Is EULA required? This dot connect allowed, otherwise true. So how about this? If you're registering, we return false. If this dot props dot lobby state dot is registering account, return false. So now that's gonna be disabled if you're in the create account, which is kind of weird, right? Now it's disabled. I think I should just make it not show up. Yeah, let's do that instead. Let's do this. Otherwise, no. Okay, so now when you click create account, oh, no, that's wrong. There should be not. There we go. Okay, so I click register and the connect button goes away, and now it's just create account. So now we need to show the other couple of fields here. So I have the name input, and this is styled with just a width. Okay, so let's also make this, if you're registering an account, we'll show another input, and that input is going to be the email input. Input email address. Autofocus no. And if it's not there, then we'll do no, just like before. Handle input submit. This is going to be different. Well, no, wait, it won't be different, but it's not going to be connect necessarily. On change email. Value equals this dot state dot email address. So email address is going to be an empty string. And on change name, we need an on change email now. Find the email input and set the email address that way. Hey, Coffee Kills. How's it going? And hey, Thomas. Wait, Weedly, did you change your name to Blue just for that? It's not the right color blue, though. Yeah, you picked the wrong blue. But points for effort. Okay, so on change email is now done. There's something about this I didn't like. What was it? The value's fine, that's fine. Oh, input submit, that's right. So if you're registering, if this dot props porps dot lobby state dot is registering account, then we do this dot finish registration, else this dot connect. Registration code would go here. Okay, let's try it out. So I click register. We should see an email field appear out of nowhere. Good. And now when I click create account, it should say, oh, that didn't work. Oh, right, because create account needs a different on-click handler depending on, that's bad. Okay, so this is how this probably should have been changed. I know what I should do instead. Yeah. Instead of changing one button. Wait, original Pepper. If your name was bright green, no. I guess you did a good job there. Yeah, sure, coffee kills. Although I don't think that's true. Do you have any more of that CSS? No, I'm gonna fix up the UI in like one sweep later. I'm not gonna do it now. So we gotta do this. If you're registering an account, we show, oh no, the text would change, right? Because we need to know what state you're at in registering. No, wait, no we don't. Yeah, so we put this up here. This is the register button. Except for no, it's not. Let's do this too. So if you're not registering an account, then you have a register button. So we get rid of this. Okay, and if you are registering an account, then you have a create account button. And we call this finish registration. So connect still works. Let's try register. Cool. Now I hit create account and it should print out registration code would go here. Okay. So now let's get another password field. It's just a silly way of doing things, huh? We should clear out the password field too, right? Where do you change the password? On change password. Yep. This is what we have to do. So when you go into registration mode, we got to set this to nothing. Right? Oh no, you might have, no, we wouldn't set this to nothing. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so let's make this, paste this into here, then copy paste the input part of this, and I guess tab that in a couple times. No, what am I doing? I don't know what's going on. Alright, that, I guess. But how did this look up here? No, everything was tabbed in. Yeah, that's what I should do. There we go. Okay, so then this is going to be password input 2, or confirm password input. State is confirm password. That's got to be saved here as just an empty string. Placeholder equals confirm password. On change equals on change confirm password. Handle input submit. That stuff's all the same. And then we need a colon null here. So there's on change password, and then there's also going to be on change confirm password. This stuff all changes to confirm password. Okay, chat. So I hit register. Now we get 2 more fields. This is the confirm password thing. This is the email address. I hit create account and it would register me. So we need to do some quick validation in here. To do verify the passwords are the same. To do verify email is valid. I'll leave this as a to-do item because I don't think the UI should be responsible for this. This should ideally use a function passed in via props so that we're not requiring network util ourselves here, but this part we can do. So password equals what? This dot state dot password? Is that how this works? That's kind of strange. When we call connect, we pass in the, oh, it's the value of this. I don't think that's necessary. However, I will still do this. No, we can't trim this. It's a password. What? Why would I do this? You can't have spaces in your password if you do this. Yeah, that was a mistake. And either way, they shouldn't have been done to begin with. This dot state dot password. I'm pretty sure we can just do that. So let's get this up here too. And this should have been a const. Yeah, so password and then your confirm password. So if password is not equal to the confirmed password, then window.alert. Your passwords do not match. Just return. I don't know. Let's try that. So you hit register, you type something else in, your passwords do not match. Now you type in the correct password, and yeah, it works. Registration code will go here. Who has spaces at the beginning of your password? Well, a lot of people use random password generators, and you don't necessarily want to say, oh, don't put spaces at the beginning or the end. Although, yeah, I don't think that's a very common case. So now we just need to get email equals this dot state dot email. The name can't have spaces, so let's get the same name that we get over here. And then we need to call a function. So I'll just put this to-do item here. The function we call is going to be something like this dot props dot on register. We're going to pass in the name, the password, and the email address. And then that's all going to make it to the server. And then based on whether or not that succeeds, we'll do something. So the on register function needs to be passed through here to the connect to server component. Apparently doesn't even show up here, does it? Connect to server. Here it is. So there's on connect. We need to also do on register. Now, why was this a wrapper function? Then we'll hide connect to server component after you press the connect button. Fine. Goddess, what are your questions? Oh, and Coffee Kills, yeah, I'm going to make those changes eventually. I'm not trying to make the final UI right now. In fact, the UI I'm making is really, really weird because you've got your username and password type. When you hit register, it's going to pop in 2 more fields here for you to put your email address, adam@hotmail.com, and then another password. And then it should work. See how that happened, but it's a registration code. Adam, can you prove you got glasses in your glasses? Oh, can you prove you got glass in your glasses? Wouldn't you just hear me tapping on this? Is that proof enough for you? But I think the real proof is that you can see a very obviously green reflection off of these things. And it's especially obvious. I don't like this. I really probably should have just edited this video or something like that. But if you go to the blog on bot.land, the last post that I made was about my Sublime plugins, and the video thumbnail is like, look at that. It's like turbo nerd territory. It looks like I'm wearing a scouter from Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, so that's the proof that there's glass in there. No, he means the hipster stuff? Wait, I thought hipsters wore lensless glasses, not like a substitute for glass, right? Or is that what you mean by hipster stuff? How do you wrap lines when commenting in code? So that's this. It's called Doc Blocker. I thought you had green eyes. Oh, fine, Weedly. I don't even care. I should just put this on a timer. Weedly gets a token every like minute. There. Have it. Have fun. So let's make an on registration wrapper. On register wrapper. So we take in the name, the email, and the password. We got to make sure to do this in the correct order. Excuse me. Because here was name, password, email. Let's just leave it that way then. So, wait, what? This doesn't even work this way. Should connect set item. This isn't even true. What was I doing? Like, what is going on here? On connect, show connect component. Yeah, this is not responsible for this. This wrapper does basically nothing. Oh man, set connect to server is showing. Where is this done? Set connect to server. This is probably done from main.js. Yep. Okay, well then that's wrong. Oh good, Weedly gets to change the color of my room again. That's never happened. So this isn't true. So that will save, that will persist the values to local storage. That part's true. So then this thing is pretty much just not needed. Let's get rid of it. So there is no on register wrapper. In connect to server, we're just going to change on connect. Actually, this can remain as is, but we're going to add in an on register. And let's make this be just this dot props dot on register dot bind. And then in root, we pass that into here. So on connect changes into this. And finally, in client main, and this is why I don't like all the boilerplate of React, we have the on connect function. We're going to do this, and we're going to say register new account. So let's go do that. So it's name, password, email. We're just going to do console.log.name. Let's just log all these things. Because I don't feel like writing the real stuff yet. And then register function, we get rid of the high, and we also get rid of this code. So that to-do item is done. Let's test this out now. So when we hit register, and then we type in an email address of like a@a.com and a password of the correct password, we hit create account. Darn it. So close. So very close. Finish registration. What? What's going on here? What is going on? Name input DOM is not defined. Yeah, I guess that's correct. So where's this coming from though? Right here. And I don't think there's a reason to do this. I think this should just be this.state.name. What is it? Account name. .trim. So we get rid of that stuff and try this again. So take number 2. Let's go to register a@a.com, password, enter. So it says Adam password undefined. So it thinks I don't have an email address. That is very wrong. Oh, it's called email address, not email. What did I just do? Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. This is paste this in here. Okay, great. And test it out. So a@a.com, password. There we go. So we got all this here. Now it's just a matter of hooking this up to the account server, which really shouldn't be too hard. Wait, did I actually change the colors? I think my script didn't work. Did you? I don't know. Let's find out. Weedly. Someone is trying to use an expired token. That's weird. But this was 3 minutes ago. When was this stuff? Oh yeah. This was also 3 minutes ago. You tried using an expired token a whole bunch of times. Then this was you actually doing things correctly. Yeah, you did. So you did change stuff. Change the lights blue, red, blue. Probably one of them was set to, no, that's blue. That looks purple in the video, but it looks blue in real life. All right. So I have this API. Create user takes in a username, a password, and an email address. Oh yeah, it's Star Wars Day. You can tell how enthused I am. Okay, well, this is just a matter of calling into this. So account server REST client. The client has this, but it's not for creating a user. The game server probably had it, and it doesn't need to create a user any longer. Right? Does this have this thing? Nope. Create user. It's gone. Although it wouldn't be called that. It'd be called posting to the... It doesn't exist. What URLs do we even get? Bots, users token. No, this is no longer there. Yeah, we gotta just make this in the client. Let's get rid of this. Has anybody made that joke yet? No. I know what happened, it works, but it doesn't send it until it's completed running, which makes almost all of them after the expiration time. If you're trying to make police lights, Superman already did that. And hey, law beginner, welcome back. Usually you type something after the today, but you didn't this time. So let's do create. Let's name this the same thing that we created the other thing. Let's just close out all that stuff. What's this? Yeah, whatever. Close it. Doesn't matter. Okay, so on the account server, we have what? Create user. So this is the create user account. So let's just call it that, create user account. And it takes in the username, password, and email address. Almost to the point where I should probably rename that, right? Register new account. Yeah, let's call it email address. Okay, so what we got to do is we got to call into users. So let's do this. So this is create user, create account API URL. That's just users. Instead of del, we're going to post to it because I'm pretty sure that's how this works. Post. Yep. And then the body just needs to contain those three things. So we don't have a set, but we do have a send. We're going to say username. How are these capitalized? Actually, it's exactly how it's written here. So username, password, and email address. Dot then return true. Okay, yeah, here's where things get a little bit different from how they are. So to do, make it so that we're logged in as this user. And dot catch is a problem in creating an account. I don't even really know what kind of problem could happen here. Please do not spam my web server. Fine, Weedly. If you want to commit point seppuku, I can do this. There. Consider your stomach slashed. Now, create user. We return 400s in any sort of format error. 400, 400. Where else do we send anything? So let's see. There are these, this. So here are the different errors. 400 are all you screwed up client. 201 is success. And 500 is there was a random error. Probably a database error. So basically, any of those things would be you couldn't create the account. I don't think the client cares about any of that stuff. So we probably just throw the response as an error. What does this do? It should all be changed, I think. Okay, I error in create user account. There we go. Yeah, original pepper. That is relatively tame from something you hear on Twitch. Actually, almost everything I say is relatively tame for something you hear on Twitch. But every once in a while, there's something I say out of context where I think if someone just joins, they would be confused. So make it so that we're logged in as a user. That's something I need to do eventually. Then return true. There's really nothing to return here, is there? I don't think so. Yeah. Well, all right, let's try this out. So I just need to call into this. Let's go over to here. Do this dot account server client dot that name, password, email address. What am I doing? Dot then Successfully created your account. Dot catch error, do something about it. Window.alert. Error creating account. Now, what do we say? Because the username might have already existed. Like, we should have at least some. Yeah. We'll just say to do. Tell the user whether the name or email was already in use. If it is not one of those, then it is probably a real error that the user cannot do anything about. Okay, super long error messages. We'll just change that to do read the message below. Hey, Mook Girls. Mook Chris. I don't know. I just already forgot whether that's an L or... Yeah, it's an L. Mook Girls. Cool. Hey, how's it going? Alright. So register new account. This should be done. Let's try it. So let's check the database right now. The database has... Let's just do select name from users. So we have 4 users right now. Let's try creating Adam5. So hit register. Email address a@a.com. Password. To do, make it so that we're logged in as a user. That means it was successful. Hey, there it is, Adam5. So now we should be able to log in as Adam5. Connect. Oh, it worked. In fact, let's confirm that it worked by doing select or describe users. So we have Botcoin. Let's just update that. Update Botcoin. Update users. Set Botcoin equal. How much do we have right now? 5,000. Let's set it to 9999. Where ID equals 5. Now we refresh the page and connect again, and then we should have 9,999. Perfect. So we made a new account. Wow. Nice. No. Mike, I feel bad. You shouldn't have had to type that out. That's not the issue. The issue is that I can tell them whether the user or email address was changed. So I should. And Goddess says, I just want to ask somebody, what language is better to use for developing desktop applications? Again, I think it's all up to you. Whatever you're most comfortable with, just use that. Pretty much everything works on desktop. You can run some kind of server on it. But it also kind of depends on what it is you want to accomplish. I guess if you're messing around with files a whole lot, probably wouldn't want to use Node, because although they can do it, it's not necessarily the best. If anyone figures out why my script doesn't work, please let me know. Are you going to have me debug your script to mess around with my own lights? I'm not going to help you with this. Yeah, I'm not going to help you with this. Okay, cool. So registration worked. There's only one thing I need to do. So this is done. Send all of this to the account server. Done. Considerations. I'm not going to do any of these things yet. So here's what we'll say. We'll say the only thing left to do here is after... Actually, there's error checking. There's registration stuff. So after registering the account successfully, automatically log in as that account. And then the only other thing to do is when the username or email address is already taken, return a specific error code about that. Gadget fun. By the way, everyone else is welcome to help Weedly. I'm just not doing it because you guys might as well have fun with that stuff yourself. Here, let me run a giveaway. What is that panda quote again? God, I love those quotes. All right, automatically logging in sounds like it's going to be a little bit easier than the error code thing. Okay, so let's take a look. We have what? Something's printing out right now. It was a to-do item coming from here. Yeah, this. So in the normal flow of things, you're going to connect to the server by doing, oops, connect. No, it's called like authenticate to account server here. Then we do fetch token, name, password. So what we could do is this. We can get rid of this entirely, and we can have it authenticate you directly after creating the user account. This should be actually pretty simple. We can just do this, return this dot authenticate to account server, and we have your name and password already. Wow. Great moves, Ethan. All right, let's try it out. So here's what we do. We click register, we make Adam6, and now we need to make a new email address. So let's make a6@a.com and the correct password. So when I click create account, we should see the inventory screens. Oh man, it worked. You're in. You're playing Botland. You're selling off all your stuff, trying to get the most bot coin possible so that you can just buy EMP. Blam. Put it on a bot. Commit it. What? Invalid hardware config. Oh, it's EMP3. Commit. Join game. Except for we can't join a game because we need another player. So let's join a game over here as Adam5. Connect. Now there's actually one problem with what I just did. I'm going to need to fix that. Yeah, gonna need to fix it. So this is done when registering an account. It automatically logs you in, but it doesn't, oh, and there's another thing, test, it doesn't save your credentials to local storage. Test what happens when you press enter on various fields when connecting or registering. This UI is going to get an overhaul, yeah. What did I just miss? Oh man, chat went crazy. Or it's async, won't wait for the function call to finish. Adam, I have a huge project I need to do for school. It's due Friday and I haven't started. Can you look at my code and fix what I've done wrong? Here's my code. Why did I read that out? You think I would have just scrolled down a little bit further to see what your second message was? Hey, Carm. Oh, what else did I miss? Worked on graphics a few days ago. Adam, why not have PlayerBot be disabled during these testing sessions? I am not sure what you're talking about. You're talking about like the single player mode? Because that's not bothering me or anything. How do you make to do? Yeah, it's plain tasks, which Endurin linked in. Thanks, Endurin. Here's a point. Okay, so now that we're in the game, we should have access to that EMP bot that I made. So let's just do this. Let's just say if an enemy exists, we don't care about really any of these things. So if an enemy exists, we'll just use EMP on that enemy. And we'll use it on lasers because that's all our enemy is going to have. So let's do that. Deploy, deploy, deploy. So there are 3 EMP bots. Now we'll close out of this and go over to the other machine. And we're going to use, actually all these are terrible. So let's just pick any of them. So we're going to do pursue enemy, fire lasers, and if you can't do that stuff, then just move left. So here's what's going to happen. The blue bots don't shoot at all, but they will use EMP, and they'll disable lasers on the enemies when they're in range. Now, EMP only works for 2 turns, so it's only going to delay their death. So you can see this happening here. Like, there, this bot is completely stopped for 2 turns. So once they're all clumped up, They should, yeah, there we go. So they're using EMP, and they're kind of staggering it. I mean, not totally. But yeah, it's increasing their survivability. Nice. Thomas, I don't think you can exploit the light script. I mean, you could try. Okay, so now it's going to be at a standstill because these bots were told to move left and these bots were told to just stand around. So if I wanted to change this, I could say can move left, otherwise move randomly. And they would eventually find these enemies. There we go. So like these two, yeah. Interesting. This bot is going to live for just long enough. Yeah, there we go. Man, I think EMP is like the coolest thing in the game. Is that a challenge? I mean, no. But I can tell you how it works, and I don't think it's something you're going to be able to just break. So I'm running a server on my machine. Actually, I can explain it here. Yeah. Will you add a Blockly function to allow your own bots to move together? One bot with EMP and one bot to come in and clean things up. So there won't be a function for that exactly. There's going to be something more like this. There's pursue enemy, pursue resource. I would probably add a snippet that's like pursue your own bot. So, and it would be pretty easy to do. Instead of find closest enemy bot, you just do find my closest bot. And you just rename this to closest my bot. I don't know. And that's it. So there we go. You can change these things. And then if you're already close enough to them, you do something different. So yeah, you can already kind of accomplish that. Blue Square says, I noticed you were using ES6 for this project. I'm wondering what your build process looks like. I have the hardest time justifying it. Yeah, I have a hard time justifying it too. And by the way, hi and welcome. I started using it. So if you look at some of the original code that I wrote, there's a lot of import at the top and a whole bunch of stuff happening. Then if you look at new code that I write, so for example, this is not the new code I wanted to show you. Where is this? Oh, right, it's called the overseer. Okay, got it. Yeah, new code, I'm using whatever happened to be supported by Node. So class was just natively supported. My build process is Webpack for the client and Babel for the server. Well, there are like 4 different servers, but yeah, it's Babel for those. And I can show you more. I'm using Gulp. Oh, Thomas, you can't turn off the lights. That API doesn't let you. At best, you could dim them really low. By the way, the only difference is, like, this is, they're already at their lowest. That's their brightest, and then that's their lowest. Yeah, okay. Cool. So when registering an account, it automatically logs you in, but it doesn't save your credentials to local storage. And the reason why is because that's happening from connect to server. So all the local storage stuff is .set item. It's not called set item. Where do we do this? Oh, it's happening from Bottomline app. Set item. Here we go. And this came from props.onConnect, which is passed in from here to authenticate to account server. So if this was all going to succeed, do we return true from this at some point? How does this work? This is a promise. None of this worked. This is a bad idea. Yeah, this is a bad idea. Because this is a promise right here. So this is always going to be defined, and that's all this is checking. So let's just have this run from over here and then get rid of this thing entirely. So if you can fetch your token, then that means, so at this point, we know for sure that your username and password must have been good. So we can persist them here. And that's on any login that you're using. And you must have checked the EULA button already. right? Maybe we don't do that. Maybe, no, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe do that here. So this is a wraparound onConnect that will persist, that will interact with local storage. I don't know. This stuff isn't even needed. OnConnect wrapper. Oh, whoops. Wait. Ha! I broke something. Okay, can't forget to do this. But it should really only be done if... Oh, wait a second. When you register an account, do you need to check that box or no? Register. So if I don't have this, that should be grayed out. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we'll put this back over here. So this doesn't need to exist. OnConnect wrapper. OnConnect wrapper. It's just going to be this dot props dot OnConnect. And then in here, we put this code back. And finally, so that should be done. We need to test that still. But then you can't connect until you've typed all the fields and the EULA checkbox is checked. Yeah, let's take a look. Where is this? Checked EULA box. What is going on here? Is EULA required? Is connect allowed? State.connect allowed is whether or not this is checked. This is kind of a strange way of doing things. So if the EULA is not required, or if you check the box, then that's what I need to do. So create account is only going to be enabled in that case. So it's disabled if EULA is required and you haven't checked the box. I don't usually write out the conditions in English like that. So if it's required and this dot state dot, what's it called? Checked EULA box. Okay. So let's try that out. Now I don't think it's required on localhost. The register button doesn't even work now. I must have coded a bug. Is EULA required is not defined. Should be this. Close out of these things. I mean, your doc block, do you put int or integer for variable types? I put number because there is no integer in JavaScript. Register. Okay, so if I don't check this, yeah. So where is this coming from? Is EULA required? Oh, if I'm running on localhost. Is there a way I can trick this? Maybe I can do like 127.0.0.1 and then it won't know it's localhost. Ah, cool. Okay, that works. You could just ask Spurtman for his script, or who else made one? MS Visser made one a long time ago. Excuse me. Okay, so let's try this out. So now when you create an account for the first time, so I'm going to log in as Adam7, a7@a.com, password. No, you know what? Let's make a totally new password. We'll say chickens. Wait, I don't know if I've typed that correctly. Okay, good. So create account. Now when I refresh the page, Adam7 should be the one we log in with. Connect. Perfect. And it saved chickens to local storage. Now, that is saved in plain text here. So if I did local storage.password, what's it called? Last used password. So like anyone could get this information. That's something I'm going to eventually have to change to probably just store your token or something. Okay, well that definitely works. Probably want to change this. So Adam7 is going to be, let's do this, a8@a.com. And if I try it with an email address I just registered, like that, let's say, tell the user whether the name or email is already in use. Yeah. And same thing, if I tried with an email that doesn't exist, but a user that did exist, that fails too. Okay, so this is pretty resilient to errors. It's just not clear about what errors happened. So this is done. Test what happens when you press enter on various fields. Yeah, I needed to make sure that this still worked. So if I just press enter here, we're good. If I press enter here, we're good. And if I press it on this check mark, we're good. Okay, now I gotta try it on register. So on register, we press enter here. Your passwords do not match. Press enter here. Passwords do not match. Here, good. Here, good. And finally, here, good. Cool. Everything's working. Hey, Deadbringer. Hey, Pickle. What if I don't want my password to be remembered? Yeah, I'll have to account for that at some point. I'll put it on the list. Passwords in Botland are currently saved no matter what to local storage. Some users may not want to have their password be remembered, but also we probably shouldn't save it to local storage without hashing it. Even though, no, wait, no, not hashing it. Without at least a very basic hash of it, just to prevent friends from, no, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just say add to long-term to-do list. Okay, so what's next? When the username or email address is already taken, return a specific error code about that. And a lot of different sites you sign up for nowadays, as you type out a username, so if I have Adam, you'll see like a red X over here, and as I start typing random numbers, it'll say, oh yeah, that's good. I don't want to do that just yet, though. Why are you saving it to local storage and not just validating it against a database and creating a login session or something? Because I just haven't gotten around to doing that. Because, yeah, what I could have it do is remember your password. I could have it remember your token. I could have it have a cookie for login or something like that. Really, any of those things could be fine. Either way, they all connect to your account in the end. So some people would probably, yeah, let's write this down. Oh, see you, Thomas. Thanks for joining. Because although the account itself would be at risk no matter how I save it, people reuse passwords and probably don't want that to be revealed. Okay. So yeah, a specific error code about these things. This is something I can do on the server, but it's something that the database tells us about. This might actually be a little bit more difficult. Like when we go into create user, I have this code right here. A user with a username or email address already existed in the database, but I have no real way to differentiate this between this and any other error that's thrown here. Now I could have the account server tell you this. Does JavaScript have unsigned integers? It doesn't have the concept of integers at all. They're all just a number type. So in JavaScript, saying a equals 5 and then later trying to set it to 6 or something, or even a string, it's dynamically typed, so this doesn't really matter at all. But then there's, negative values, there's very large values. You got a lot of things in there. The login session could have a timeout and it could prompt a new session. Yeah. A lot of applications, though, will just save your password forever. I guess it's probably just updating a timeout or something on the back end. What will happen if I copy the token of a friend and set it on my local machine? Will I be able to log in? Yeah. So, and during there's almost no way to stop that stuff. If you have access to your friend's machine, you have access to a whole lot of things. And if you had access to his token there, you could have just logged in on his machine and deleted all his stuff if you wanted. Storing session IDs rather than passwords. Yeah, I'll look into that eventually. Someone changes a password, mark all the sessions as terminated. Yeah. Also, when passwords are changed on the account server, we should mark all sessions as invalid. Is type of 6 different from type of -6? No, it wouldn't be. Hey Timon, it's going well. How have your runs been going? You've been playing Super Metroid 2 lately, right? Some good progress lately? Yeah. I think so. It's kind of hard to say sometimes. So there's two ways to do this. One is differentiate between various error messages directly in the database wrapper and have them be returned to the client that way. And two would be, yeah, and that's not so bad. I probably just slap an error code onto the error object itself. And then two would be have the client ask the account server whether the name/email were already taken before calling into the create account function. Just playing Super Metroid. Yeah, I was watching it for a little bit. I don't think I said hi or anything that day. Sometimes I like being incognito in streams. But yeah, OAuth 2 is overly complex. Yeah. Yeah, I'll write that. Look at how OAuth implements sessions for inspiration. Okay, what do I want to do here? I think differentiating between the different error messages might be best, because if we do what exactly? So there's register new account. So yeah, if we get an error from here, or from this one right here, wouldn't have called it that, then we could just check the code and then return the right message there. Okay, so let's look up REST. Not acceptable. Conflict. Yeah, conflict. We'll just return conflict. We need to return it with an error as well, though. It's a 409. But we don't know which one it is. We don't know whether it's the username or the email address, because I lumped this all into one thing. Hey, CloudRaiser. I haven't seen you in a while either. You know, Metsuro actually showed up yesterday for the first time in, like, what, 5 months or something. And now you're back, too. It's kind of cool. There have been people who've disappeared for a while. They drop in, they say hi. They're like celebrities. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this thing. I don't know. There's no way to differentiate between these. I either make the database be a little bit slower about this. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do this. I could say select. I could say select name, email address, ID. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Select name, comma, email address. I don't know how Connext lets you do this, so I'm gonna need to look this up. What stage is the project in? I'm still working on the infrastructure. What's nice is that a lot of things have been coming together on the infrastructure. So what I'm working on right now is account registration, and this will eventually just be public to people. So the UI right now is not final, but you click the register button and you get a typical registration form, you know, username, email address, password. You click create account and it's done. It just creates an account for you. And then matchmaking has been working. It can actually dynamically create game servers for you and like send you the IP address of them. So there's a lot of stuff that's been coming along. files. I showed up randomly between 50 to 70, disappeared and came back randomly yesterday. What, Chabin? Showed up randomly between 50 to 70. I don't know what that means. Oh, days 50 to 70? Oh, wow. You've been following for 2 months, 2 days, 20 hours. Wow. Okay, yeah, so here's what we can do. We got to go look at how Connects lets you select multiple columns. It's an array of columns, so not like how I just did. It's like this. This. Okay, and then if we get a response, then we can say a particular error. We say if username, if db, we only need to get one of these things. No, darn it, this could return two things. We need to check them both, because you might specify the username of one person and the email address of another person. Oh, but if that's the case, then we could return both. Okay. Are passwords being checked against each other? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You can have a password that another user chose. There's no reason I should prevent that. Kyra's 4 months. Showing off over there. So coffee kills, actually. Wait, does that affect your follow age, MCS Mike? Oh yeah, 1 month, 30 days. Yeah, that's why I shouldn't mess with the system. So dResponse.length is greater than 1. Then we say throw new error. We say something like both the username and the email address are already taken. And again, this is where we should say what's in the error. But there's that. So then otherwise, const row equals dbresp 0. If row.name equals username, then we throw an error. Username taken. Otherwise, we say throw new error, email address taken. Now, we got to clarify this a lot, and I'll just say, because of how the above query is structured, a user may try creating an account that uses the username of one account and the email address of another, and it would return 2 rows. So, yeah. At this point, it's still possible that both the username and email address are already taken if, I guess I could say this. No, but this is not necessarily case sensitive. Right? We had to say row name 2 lowercase equals this dot 2 lowercase. At this point, it's still possible that both the username and email address are already taken if they were in the same row, but the messaging doesn't really matter here. But I'll just say that level of specificity. Alright, what did I miss in chat now? There's a whole bunch of stuff happening. So everybody checked their follow age. I missed that. Whips out their follow age to show off, yeah. I mean, you check the password fields in the registration form match. Oh, yeah, I do, yeah. And Round a Corner says, what JS framework are you using? So I'm using Node.js as the back end for sort of everything. And then on the front end, it's, there's a whole mismatch of libraries everywhere. I'm using Pixie for rendering here. And almost everything else is just some sort of glue code or library that I wrote. What do I think about Atom the Editor? I tried it once on stream, but I got kind of caught up on the key bindings. And I'll probably give it a shot at some point again, but I just don't have enough motivation to do that yet. Like, things are smooth enough with Sublime for right now. What else did I miss? I joined one JS framework time frame earlier. What are we going to do for the 1 year follower anniversary? You couldn't have followed me any longer than 8 months ago. I only started streaming 8 months ago. So we're at least 4 months away from me needing to figure out what to do for 1 year anniversaries. Yeah. I don't know though. I don't know what I'd do for that stuff. Probably not celebrate, individual viewers being here for 1 year, because that would get out of control pretty quickly. A year from now, there'd be like 2,000 people to celebrate. But I'll think something for my 1 year. Question still stands. Don't care. Okay, so const error equals new error. So we want this. Both the username and email address were already taken. We can just say error dot email taken equals true. Error dot username taken equals true. And then throw the error. So this is what I was saying about just slapping my own codes directly into the error. I don't think it's a great idea. Yeah. And we'll let the client form whatever it is they want anyway. Oh, in fact, none of these error messages could ever make it back to the client, because if I ever localize this, that means we need to know the locality of everybody on the server side of things, and I don't think that's a great way of doing it. Let my wife stream instead of me. Alright, so let's do this. So we'll just, yeah, I'll make this back into a regular message. Username, and email, both taken. Okay, so there's that. Then we're going to kind of copy and paste these things. This is username taken. So username already taken. And then we have email address already taken. Oh, Echo. Yeah, you missed the last Minecraft stream, which, by the way, if anyone's wondering about what happened on there, there's a photo album. That was 31 Botland days ago. What industry does your wife work in? Yeah, I haven't been answering that question, sorry. Maybe you can play Brain Power for 8 hours straight. Have a muted VOD. Does your wife feel about the other day? What? Original Pepper, I don't know what your question is. Does your wife feel about the other day? I mean, even if you're asking how does your wife feel, I don't know what day you're talking about. And Yox Jumper, thanks for following. Yox Yumper. Okay, I think this is fine. So now, when we send this error back, we can kind of customize it a bit. That's where this happens from. I guess we'll send a 409 back in those cases. So if error dot username taken equals true, I don't know what I want to do here exactly. Does she feel? Does she? How's your wife feel about the other day? She thought she was spotted among us. Oh, yeah, I just kind of joked around with her about it, and I told her, I'm like, look, there was nothing to worry about. I said, you might as well have just mashed a bunch of letters on your keyboard for your Twitch username, because her name isn't linked to any other account, like I said. And like, even if everyone knew it was her, I don't know what you'd find out on the internet about it, like a randomly named account. But either way, she didn't reveal herself there. And thanks, Yox Jumper. I had to make sure not to call you Yox Jumper. I don't know why I want to do that. So the username is taken. We send one message back. We could send like a 409 here saying error, username already taken. Or just username taken true. Yeah, let's do that. Error dot email taken. I think that's a better way of doing this. What's happening? Email taken, yeah. Then we just say, we just send both of these things back. Username taken, email taken. Else send this. Accidentally Swedish. There's a 1 in a million who would actually go after your wife. That one might be me on a bad day. What? What? Original Pepper? How am I supposed to interpret what you just said? This is the weirdest message I've seen. Oh, find out everything about her? Okay, well either way that's still kind of weird. Gotta admit. Yeah, pretty strange. Okay, so we're sending this back to the client now. So on the client side of things, when we get this, we either have a generic error. So if, do we have a status code here? Not here, we don't. Also, the REST client should probably be responsible for doing this. Man, this is why I don't like how I'm handling errors right now. HTTP, here's the status code. So that's in create user account too. I'm gonna do this here. Okay, no, there's no reason to like jump on Original Pepper. Even if it was, whatever. Anyway, it's the internet. So even if he hadn't said it, I have to act as though everyone in chat feels that way. So we'll get the status code. If the status code is 409, then so we can say this up here. If the status code is 409, then we have something specific we can do here. Otherwise, we want to throw the code to the caller. So we do this. And in this case, we'll get special flags here. These things. Yeah, okay. So if error.username taken, fine, I'll make multiple error messages. Window.alert. No, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll just do this here for now. Username and email already taken. Else if error.username taken. So that's username already taken. And finally, it's just the email was already taken. Great. Because all that's going to have to change in the future anyway. So let's try this out. I know that took a really long time to do. I'm going to go get lunch after this, I think. So I go to register. Adam7 I know already exists. And then this email address is totally new. So let's type password here. Tell the user whether the name or email was already in use. Oh, right. I forgot to turn it. And then all of this stuff needs to be changed. Register new account. I need to restart the account server too. And then there's something else I just thought of, which is that what if your email address isn't valid? The client does need to know about that eventually. Wow, EJ. Watching multiple Twitch streamers at once. So let's take an unused email address. And Adam7. And I create account. So it says email already taken. So that's wrong. Could not log in. Alright, I'm just going to fix this after lunch. I don't think it's a good time to do this. What? Sorry, Adam, I'm cheating on you. You're trying to convert as many people to Adam as you can, the editor. Maybe I should just go with a generic error message here. Because there's another thing I haven't done yet, which is when your email isn't formatted correctly, you won't get a sane error. Right, so what's printing out right now? Internal server error. Yeah, if I if I do register on a name that doesn't exist, but with an email address that's not correct, then it just says bad request. Oh, actually, yeah, we could probably say you formatted that wrong. He's actually using Adam, which is the reason you clicked on the thumbnail. You'll get a 400 error, but it won't say anything specific. It should say something specific. Error, bad request. Yeah, I think, I don't know. Like I said, I gotta get lunch and then focus on this some more. And then once this is done, what do we do? On the account server, expose the public password protected API. Make my token bot more resilient to the socket. No, this is canceled. This needs to be done, probably. Make a command that will start all necessary endpoints. That's done. Actually, we're not in bad shape. Do Java and Spring. Eclipse is needed so badly. Yeah, I like Eclipse. To be completely honest, the only reason why I came in this channel was to ask if you were using my plugin. Seriously? Because that is one of the first things you asked. But then you stayed. And then you call me a sellout. Look at you. Look at you throwing stones in your glass house over there. Yeah, I'm going to do stuff after lunch. Also, someone just followed, but I missed it. So where I left off, I was working on error codes around account registration. Then it's just a matter of cleaning up, linting, etc. Oh, Shub, thank you for following. Then I got hooked. I'm gonna copy paste this old EJ quote here. Can't believe it. Saw someone using Sublime when I got a saw. Okay, so I'm gonna go get lunch. When I get back, I'm gonna be back for 2.5 hours, I think. So if you guys look at the today command, it always tells what I'm doing today, and also there's streamer time in there too. Today I can only stream until about 4:40, and currently it is about 1:30, and I'm gonna get lunch. So normally I'd be online until 5. Not today. I've got stuff to do. Tomorrow I'm not gonna be streaming. Friday I'm gonna be streaming again. So yeah. So as usual, thank you all for watching very much. I appreciate it. It's good to have people to share my floundering around with. Okay, cool. So yeah, take care guys. See you after lunch. What did I miss in chat? Apparently a lot. All right, let's take a look. Just skimming through this stuff. Hey, Fade. Deadbringer, I think you had the most wrong chat messages. I always wonder what it is you're responding to. Oh, thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, I do have a smoothie. Every Jennifer. Do you have someone that will make the art for the game? Yeah, and Cloud Razor. So this is something that's been in progress for a little while now. We've got some of the different artwork already, and it's broken up in such a way that you can combine them kind of any way you want, and even then colorize them too. So you can make some pretty cool looking bots out of these. And granted, they're gonna be smaller in the game, so they'll look something like that. So you can see some of the different ones. So that's been kind of the direction we've been going now. And I'll eventually put these into the game, of course. Hey, Lyndon. Okay, so I was working on error codes around account registration, then it's just a matter of cleaning up linting, etc. Yeah, and I wasn't super happy about this anyway. Because I think, here's the thing. The REST client should figure out all the details of how to get the error out of this function, but then maybe it just boils it down to an error message, and then this figures out what to do with it. You're re-rendering them at 3x for Retina? I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do yet. And Gaming Artist, hey, and thanks for following. And hey, Tupperbox. Okay, so authenticate to REST server. What? Where does this happen? Oh, it's create user account. Whoops, yeah. So I guess instead of any of this stuff, we just return a new error. So instead of the window.alert, we say throw new error. And then no matter what we get here, we do window.alert error. Yeah. And then this should probably be, no, that's fine. How far have I come since the last time you were in? It's still been infrastructure stuff. And thanks to Gaming Artist. Yeah, it should be, well, so it's playable right now technically. Although for you to play the game, you'd be playing pretty much what you saw on YouTube. Here you go. Here's the command if you want to play it. I was hoping to get a beta out in August. honestly, I'm not too confident we can still do that. There is a lot to code, and I'm cutting a lot of corners to try to get it to the point where we at least have that, but it's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I'm working what I think is like full throttle for me. I could probably do a little bit extra from what I'm doing now. I'm just worried about burnout at that point. Like I want the stream to be entertaining and for the product to get made. So it's hard to get everything. Anyway, yeah. So based on what you saw in the video, it's pretty much the same thing here. I'll deploy just a basic bot, and then we'll just say move randomly here. So there. If you actually do end up logging in, you'll be playing against my bots now. Hey JWL. What did you miss? Not too much. I would have it in beta last year. What Orange Ray? I would have had it in beta last year. Maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, so we have all these throw errors. I'm pretty sure the email address part of this is wrong. I gotta go test this out. Let's find out. So I register as a username that already exists in an email that's never been seen before. Email already taken. No, that was correct. So could not log in. Perhaps your username or password is wrong. But that's only if that thing succeeded. What? Should have never said successfully created your account. Yeah, that can't happen, right? Oh, because we have a... No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what's going on. How did we get to this point? If this threw an error... Yeah, I don't follow. I don't follow what happened here. Okay, let's refresh the page and try again. Well, thanks, gaming artist. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's try this again. So a username that exists. Create account. Now, it says email already taken. That's fine, and that's what I expect. Can I set breakpoints while this is happening? Yes. So that's coming from... Let's just search for it. Email. Oh, you can't do this while an alert is open. Okay, fine. So it said email already taken, and it didn't close the form or anything like that. That's good. Email already taken. It's coming from here. Huh. Okay, there. Finally broke in. So let's see where we're coming from here. This is from inside... nothing too helpful. Term post.send.catch. So we have a catch here, but then we throw it. And then where does it get thrown to? What? What's going on? I hit create account, and then I hit pause on caught exceptions. It says email already taken. Pause on exception. Yeah, but where is it caught? Weird. I don't understand this. It should be caught from client main. In register new account, we do this right here. Create account. Yeah, it does get hit here. So that's correct. That's what I expect to happen. Fine, so email already taken. That's the wrong error message, though. That's the only problem. Oh, man. Okay, what does the error have here? Error.response. Response.body. Oh, username taken. Error response body. Got it. Okay, if status code equals 409, const username taken equals error username taken. And same thing with email taken. Okay, then we get rid of these things. Where's Judge Bacon? May 2nd, 2 days ago. Wow. Yeah. I thought he was... This is still wrong. Oh man, I don't understand this. I changed this code, but this is not getting modified. Create user account. Yeah, it's right here. Weird. What is going on? Right, it builds a new... It should build a new file every time I do this. Good. So when I refresh this page and I look at just that code that I had there, yeah, this is the wrong code. Huh. Let's just reopen it. Account server REST client. This is still wrong. Oh man, I don't understand this. I changed this code, but this is not getting modified. Create user account. Yeah, it's right here. Weird. What is going on? Right, it builds a new... It should build a new file every time I do this. Good. So when I refresh this page and I look at just that code that I had there, yeah, this is the wrong code. Huh. Let's just reopen it. Account server REST client. Yeah, weird. Something's going wrong here. But it's not erroring anywhere. It's either not producing the right map file. Let me take a look. So let's see, in the index.html here, where are we using our code? Bundle.js. And that's, where does it exist? It's wherever this thing is hosting it from. Client run.cmd. Dist staging. So it's in there. So right in here, this map file is not getting updated apparently? It is. Weird. Also, I did not mean to do that. I just opened Visual Studio. App cache? Oh yeah, you're probably right. Huh. Yeah, let me take a look. I'm still waiting for Visual Studio to close. This thing just seemingly froze. Of course, I'm loading like a 7 megabyte file. Okay, so app cache, that is almost definitely what the issue is here. No update event, yeah. So let me close this app cache internals. I have to clear it from, let's just remove everything here. Remove. DevDocs has one. Localhost remove. Okay. There, let's try refreshing it now. So did that work? No. What's going on? Downloading event, progress event, cached event. Wow, I don't understand. Let's try in a different browser. And I still don't understand this thing. It happens so frequently. Safe mode is a special mode. Refresh Firefox. Sure. I click this like every time I start up Firefox. How does it keep popping up? Alright, so let's take a look. We go into the debugger. I should be able to open account server REST client. Yeah, here. And then if I say username taken. Yeah, this has the right code. I don't get it. Alright, let's... What do I do here? Let me try that really quickly. This is still wrong. I don't know. I cleared the app cache. I cleared the regular cache. There's nothing else. It's right. This is localhost 3000. Remove item. If I just remove this. There. Now it's going to re-download everything this time, right? I go to network tab and just refresh. 8 megabytes transferred. Yeah. So that means this has to have... No, it's still wrong. Hey, Shub. What's the issue? I've updated the code. It's some caching problem, I know that. So I've updated this code. It produces a new map file, but this is the old code that I had here, not the new code. I find that right-click refresh sometimes works better. Localhost / app manifest refers to what location? Oh, there is no cache. Right, yeah, caching shouldn't be a problem, and somehow it is. Empty cache and hard reload. Okay, let's see. Oh, that worked. Okay, I don't know. This is weird. Does Control-Shift-R not do a hard reload? Because I thought it did. What does Control-Shift-R do then? Tab and window. Can I expand all of these things? No, apparently not. Control F5 or Shift F5. So wait, Control-Shift-R doesn't do anything? Oh, is it Firefox where it does something? I didn't just pick this up from nowhere, right? What is Control-Shift-R? Reload override cache. That's where I got this from then. And I just thought that worked in Chrome. Okay. Yeah, it's Control F5 or Shift F5 like you guys are saying. Okay, well, anyway, the code is working now. So let's try this out. I'm going to register the same thing that I just did before. We type in a random thing here. And what we should get out of this is username taken should be set to true. Or no, sorry, it should be set to true. Right, so then we get a window.alert, username already taken. Great. So now we try with a made-up username, but an existing email address, adam@madeup.com. And now we should get a message saying email is already taken. True. So now we should get that message printing out. Email already taken, perfect. And now when we do something like both of these, username and email already taken. Now the only time that won't be true is if we do something like this. It'll just say one of them, I think. Username already taken, despite that both are taken. So you might change your username now, and then you'll still get an error message. But it's fast enough where I think you'll just fix it, right? I don't think it's a big deal. He's never going to fall for that. What did you use to build the sprites on the board? So they're rendering via Pixie, which is using WebGL. And if you were talking about what did I use for this thing maybe, there's a whole custom set of stuff that I wrote for this. It's relatively simple though. The way that this works, and this is how bots are eventually going to render. They're rendering right now is just a single sprite. But how they're going to render is there's a head image, a torso image, and a leg image or foot image. And we composite all of them and then run them through a shader to get these colors correct. So the colors that you see here. And then after that, cache them. And that way they can be used without needing to recomposite them all. Alright, so then that's working, or at least it's working well enough. So what else? Return specific error code. I don't know. And then yeah, the other problem I wanted to figure out is when your email address isn't formatted correctly, we get a 400 error. Email address is not a valid email address. Actually, we do get this, right? Oh, perfect. Huh, so that already works. Okay, cool. Yeah, there could be more client checks around that. Like, we should probably make sure your username is at least 3 characters. Because, yeah, if I do something like this, AD, it's going to say, well, username length 2 must be at least 3 characters and at most 25 characters. So while it's not the most user-friendly string, it's at least It's at least something. And I don't really care about user-friendly strings right now. That is not the focus. Like, you need users in order to be friendly to people. So we need to put validation around this. Let's do that. Connect to server. Probably we don't even allow that to work until you've... Whatever, I'll just put a to-do item in there, because there's already a to-do item here. To-do, verify length of this, and verify length of the password. There. We'll do that eventually. So then this is done. Let's lint the code, and then I'll clean it up. Wow, surprisingly, after coming back from lunch today, a lot of viewers rejoined. That's pretty good. So hi, everybody, again. Usually, I go down to like 20 or 25 viewers, and then it's just very slow to get back. So this doesn't need to print out. This probably doesn't need to print out. And then this password input DOM is defined but never used. We don't need either. And even this isn't really needed. Are you going to force strong passwords? Probably not, but I don't know. That doesn't matter so much to me right now. Hey, Mike. Okay, let's run this. Because as far as forcing strong passwords, that's something that you can always add in later, and you don't even need to change the existing passwords in the database, and everything just works exactly the same. And you can even just enforce it client side if you want. And if people want to hack in a weak password, then fine. I mean, they clearly know what they're doing at that point. So. Wait, was that a Star Wars reference? You did particularly push the word force. It's May 4th. So name and email address. Yeah, this could be better, I think. But it's not terrible. This is fine. I want to write something in here about we'll reveal the reason why the failure occurred if it's something obvious, like a name being taken, but not if our database failed unexpectedly. Yeah, I think that's fine. On the note of passwords, is there any of you guys any experience of the service Stormpath? I don't. Okay, so account server REST client. Go in here, create user account. Creates a user account in the account server. It's probably fine as it is. String the plain text password, string email address associated with it, and a promise. Alright, I'm pretty sure this looks good. Yeah, this is fine. So we're posting users. Register new account and client name. This is called when the user wants to register a new account. I don't really think it's worth clarifying what these things are again. Whoops. That's fine. This is fine. So that's a bug fix that I did. Username, password, and whether you checked the EULA checkbox are now persisted to local storage slightly differently so that it can be done on connection or on registration. Your bots miss you. The client now exposes a register button which allows you to create an account. Okay, the only things I don't have checked here are these, and these hardly matter. Like I said, this is mostly just the quick UI changes that I did. There are to-do items in here. There's a lot of cruft, but I don't think it's such low quality that I should fix it up. I think it's just typical prototype code. This I'm going to comment though. If true, you clicked the register button and you're registering an account. Alright, next up. Oh, also, did anyone log in over here? Did anyone log in? The gaming artist logged in and then reconnected a bunch of times and is now not in. Guess I should probably deploy my bots again. Alright, next up on the list. Done. So these considerations, I'm going to just write these on the things to design later. Maybe if we detect same registration or many. Alright, next up on the list. Done. So these considerations, I'm going to just write these on the things to design later. Maybe if we detect same registration or many registrations from the same IP address. Do it when it, or the forget password stuff gets done. I can sense the suspicion in that message. Update the online pre-beta stuff to point out that Botland is only online for a subset of when I'm streaming. This is once it's been switched over to AWS. Okay. So then what do I have left here? There's the game server black box stuff. The account server stuff is done. The registration stuff is done. So we can mark these as finished. Well, it's done for now. There's no emails going on. Before allowing a user to enter the queue, we should check to see if their account is valid. Yeah, that's a good thing to check for. So let's go see. This would happen from the overseer. Right? How do you join the queue right now? You hit the join game button. Join game. This makes a new pusher. And then we call into the account server to add us to the queue. So the account server has add to MMQ. We can only add you if your account is valid. Yeah, we got to do that. So we have verify token, extract user ID. Then we also need a. Oh, you know what? If we, well, no, we can't do that. We need to do like an ensure user account is valid. And this is when you post to MMQ. Yeah, so only valid accounts can join the queue. Now, what happens if we try to join the queue as an invalid account? Let's try that out. So I'm going to connect as Adam, but we're going to invalidate the account. So let's go over to here, and let's do select name, comma, account status from users. So Adam is currently valid. Let's set it to not valid. Update users set account status equals 0, where ID equals 1. So now Adam is not valid. So let's try that out. So connect. Oh, I can't even connect. Okay, wait, no, gotta fix this. So we gotta set it to 1, and then connect. So now I hit connect, and then now that we're connected, we set it to 0. So now we're banned, and then I hit join game, and it apparently added me to the game. Oh, right, because I never restarted the account server. All right, let's try that again. So we gotta go back into MySQL and make the account valid so that when I do this, connect. Okay, now but we're already in the queue, so we gotta leave the queue, then ban ourselves, then hit join game, and it says error, your account is not valid. Okay, cool, perfect. So that works. Let's check that in. That's a pretty important change. You are no longer allowed to join the matchmaking queue while your account is invalid. Alright, so this marks the end of this. Whatever. Get back to scaling up and down game servers. So wait, everything I've just done so far, this means that if I fully deploy the game, you guys would be able to play... Oh, we should test this out. We have at least 6 people, right? Let's find out. Straw poll. Do you want to help test? Only need 6 people today. Actually, the only answer is yes. At least 2 options. What? All I want to do is basically check, are people present? Just don't answer yes if you're not, but whatever. So if we have at least 6 people, then I can do this. Otherwise, I could lower the number down to... I don't need to do any of that. Actually, what am I talking about? I don't need other people to help me test things because I can just make fake accounts. Oh, whoops. I linked the wrong thing. Sorry. That's why nobody's answering. I'm in. Do I need to boot my PC? No, you don't really need to. Okay, I don't... Sorry, the poll was pointless. You don't need to answer that. Because I can do this anyway. So then here's what we're going to do. We're going to test on AWS. So first we need to spin up a whole bunch of different machines. Let's close out of all of this stuff. Actually, no, let's start by spinning up the machines. So I'm going to go into AWS. I'm going to say create all. There. Now let me write myself a note. Terminate AWS machines. Nice pull. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's the worst. Alright, so I'll close out all these things. There's no real rush because this is going to take forever anyway. So if I'm like fast enough at deploying this could probably be online within about 10 minutes. Now, that's also assuming I do everything exactly correctly, which is very unlikely. Let's move this over to here, and let's also connect to Debian 1. Okay. Now, over here, let's get the IP addresses of these machines. Good. Let's get rid of these, close out of all of this. Deploy client, deploy everything else. Yeah, I don't see this going smoothly because I haven't done this in a while. There. So now we got to copy paste these things into here. Let's go into botland infra ansible git pull prod host. So the overseer, oh man, I hate it when this happens. Let's just do that again. The overseer is there. The matchmaker is there. The account servers there and there. And I do need to wipe out the database here, so that's important. In fact, I better write that down. Wipe out database. This is going to be exciting if this actually works. Okay, so now let's figure out how we set up all these machines. First is the database, and I've got to drop the database, which means I need to connect to one of these machines. I guess the overseer. This won't work until the machine is actually... Yeah, whoops. Okay, no, it's working. Okay, cool. So here I am. Now I got to connect to MySQL. I don't think we have the means to do this. Is MySQL? No, it's not. Okay, so we got to do sudo apt get update. Hey, Nanode Hunter. I'm laughing at the typo. I find I've gotten a lot of different typos for my name, and I think it's a relatively easy name to type. I guess an easier one would be a 3-letter name like Tim or Ben or something. It's Still funny to me. Okay, so then we do, no, not npm, what am I doing? Sudo apt-get install -y MySQL client. Cool. Then we run MySQL with the username, well, root, I guess. The host is db.bot.land, and the password we're gonna have to type in. Bo is easy, yeah. Timbin? Can't say I've ever heard that before. So this is a mix of, yeah, and then deploying the client. I gotta figure out how I'm supposed to even do that. Did I write that down anywhere? Setting up the client. Change to client, call gulp published AWS. Okay, that sounds easy enough. Change to client, call gulp. Set nodem to production first. Oh, fine. Okay, so over here, that didn't work. None of that worked. Okay, great. Let's try this. MySQL-uroot-hdbbotland-p. Okay, so the password I don't actually have. Let's figure out what it is. There we go. We're in. So now drop database botland. Okay, good. Now we need to set up the database. How do we do that? Did I write this in here? I thought I did. Oh, here we go. How to use Ansible on my local machine. So run the playbook here that sets up the database. So let's try that out. Does this work? Adam, have you tried MongoDB? Yeah, I have. Okay, looking good here. What about the client? The destination already exists. Okay, we gotta fix that. So let's open up the gulp file here and look for 5_2. Yeah, so it is currently 238. So I guess that's technically the first step here. I should probably write that down. Modify client gulp file.js to have a hash that has never been used before. What do I think of it? I think, so I used it for the prototype of this game, and I thought it was like relatively easy to use. Yeah, I don't really have much of an opinion about it because I haven't heard a lot of horror stories about people using it in production, but I never got to the point where I was using it in production. And when I did use it, it wasn't for a lot of users, and I didn't have any problems, but who knows if I would have eventually run into them. So we got to rerun this. This should have finished. No, it's not done yet. Oh, hey, okay, so the database is up and running now. Let's do this. Use botland, show tables, select star from users. Good, nothing. Okay, cool. Except for, no, not cool. Because I don't have the right repository there, do I? Oh, great. Yeah, I got to do this. BL. I gotta deploy a whole lot of things, right? Gulp pre-deploy. So deploying the account server. Yeah, fine. CD account server gulp pre-deploy cd gulp deploy something. I don't remember what it's called. It's called deploy rest server. I should have renamed that. But either way, that should work. So gulp deploy rest server. Then check into botland rest server repo. Run Ansible as you normally would. Bash Ansible prod.sh. All right, well, so much for 10 minutes. I've got to get these steps down to a science, and it's not currently there. So I'm going to just keep trucking at this thing. Botbay.js. Oh, yeah, this is going to have a lot of renames. So let's just click the all button here and just look at the file names. Yep. All this stuff looks fine. Yeah, in fact, I should probably delete everything in the other folder, huh? There's just that server here. Oh, maybe this is a problem. What is going on? Yeah, central server needs to be deleted. We got to do this. In fact, let's take a look at what's in here first. Bin www. We should see this stuff over here. Good. Database has all the same files. Source. Yeah, okay. I think we can delete this. Okay, cool. So this changes everything. But yeah, I think that's right. Do we have item data.json here somewhere? It's probably in the shared folder. Rename central server to account server. It's gonna be miraculous if all this stuff works. All right. So we gotta redo this. Let's go back to here. Just drop the database again. Then go back to here and rerun this bit. Now, I think the client was deployed, so we should be able to access this from CloudFront by doing this as the URL. And then hopefully this loads. And it should have the registration code, although there's no account server online. Oh good, that failed miserably. Why? Why did it fail? Oh, we don't point at this anymore because it's not loaded from CloudFront. It's always loaded from S3. I got to go back to the console. Console. Let's go back to S3. Click Botland HTML. Here it is. And then get the link to this. How do you get the link to something? Here we go. So this should load, and it should have a register button. Come on, come on, come on. Does not look like it's working. Yeah, it failed. Oh, it's loaded over HTTPS, that's why. Oh, I copy pasted a link that had the S there. Okay. Now it should work. Could not get item data.json. That was a, oh man, this thing didn't get converted correctly. Like I could make this file exist, but what's more important is figuring out how this file got to be where it is. How did this file get to be where it is? And what's going on with the database now? The database should have, it should be good to use. Unknown database. Uh-oh. Oh god. This is where it all starts. What's this? File Ansible temp. No such file or directory. Central server / database. Yeah, I know. Alright. Well, let's get rid of this. And go to Original Pepper. Fistbite says it still has a local host name when it's trying to do the Ajax call. It's, yeah, right. This has not been converted, but this, yeah, I need to fix that. I just don't know why. I don't know why this happened. This part is fine. This is failing just because an account server is not online yet. I just haven't turned it on. This part is what's failing because this URL was not transformed. I gotta fix that. Alright, this particular thing is because there's the central server stuff that I just never changed this apparently. Okay, well, that's what you get. So let's change all this to account server and search again for this stuff. 403 is probably failing due to HTTPS. So I think I understand why all these other failures are happening right now. This is not that it's forbidden. It's that this just doesn't exist. Where it does exist is on CloudFront, and it's not trying to load from there. I had this problem the other day, and I've got to figure out why it's not transforming it. Oops, this just has to be account server. Okay, so that needs to be checked in. Got to just keep doing this step by step, and then the game servers need to get checked in too. Oh, so much. Okay, so rename central server to account server. Actually, let's look for the word central, because that shouldn't exist anywhere. Yeah, renamed central server to account server to match the other repo's contents. So that needs to be checked in. I need to do just a regular deploy. Where is this? Deploy the game server with the cosmetics combiner, putting everything to there. So I think we just rerun this. This stuff probably shouldn't happen. Let's just do this. Requires that I be in the game server directory. And then what? I have a gulp file that it has something to do with cores. No. This is totally like, I'll show you. So this URL it's trying to load from, it's loading from here because, and so take a look at the path. There's like the URL I'm loading from, but instead of index.html, it's data/item data. So that's coming from here. And this static assets placeholder is supposed to get replaced with a CloudFront URL, but it wasn't. So it's trying to load it from just totally the wrong place. And I could fix it by just making this file exist. If I go put itemdata.json in this folder, everything will work. But that's not the solution here, because that's going to be sourced from the wrong location in the future. So what I've got to do is figure out how I deploy the server here. That's a game server. And this should just call into those things. So gulp deploy game server. Okay, now all of these things should exist in here. Let's take a look. Perfect. What's this though? Sure, passwords are secure. This stuff might be removed at some point. I don't see static assets placeholder in the resolved URL. Are you sure that's the right place? Yeah, and I'm sure that's the right place because what's happening is it's transforming it as though I'm running in development. Because in development, I completely just removed that. Excuse me. Man. Starting to like lose my voice. What's the game called? The game's called Botland. So I know this sounds like whoops, sorry, gaming artist, that was the wrong name. There are two of the gaming people in here. There we go. I don't see a JSON on your git commit. No, this is a totally different commit too. I'll fix that stuff in a second. So let me just do this. This is what changed in here. This is stuff like account server registration, post pre-beta stuff. This is just a deploy. I need to fix all these deploys eventually anyway, so that there's an rsync going on in here. Add to future to-do list. Make sure deploys are rsync based somehow. Because right now, I don't ever delete old files that shouldn't be in the repo any longer. Okay, so those things have been addressed. There's one thing left to do, and that's to figure out why this didn't get converted. And unfortunately, this is an annoying process because of how long it takes to open these files. But if I go into here, client dist staging, so there's this bundle.min.js, and this is where the problem's coming from. Since when is Twitch full screen not full screen, only browser? You're probably in theater mode, JWL. Right? Yeah. You're probably in theater mode. If there are two full screen buttons now. And by the way, theater mode, the difference is that you get to see the video and then chat takes up the same amount of space it would, but the video is as big as it could possibly be. And full screen is just no chat. Oh, you tried that too? Okay, I don't know. Maybe you're on their HTML5 player or something and it doesn't have that. All right, so that takes a long time to load. And now we can see here that yes, this is just giving me the wrong location. But I thought I fixed this. What happens when I call publish to AWS? Which, by the way, now that I need to do a new one of these things. Let's just set this to like 252. So publish to AWS. We clean both folders entirely, minify and license the code. What'll this do? This will call Webpack and then pre-beta. What does pre-beta do? License the code. Okay, and it puts it in the dist folder. But Webpack puts it into the staging folder, right? It does Webpack too? No, it goes into the dist folder as well. So okay, everything's in the dist folder at that point. Then we run pug immediate and process static assets immediate. How does this work? It takes everything in static assets and replaces static assets placeholder. And is everything in static assets, does this include HTML at all? It shouldn't. It doesn't. So why does this happen? Dist bundle.js and dist bundle min.js. This is so strange. Like this step right here is what's responsible for doing this. Actually, to the point where if I just ran that step right now, would that fix this problem? Where does this run from? Maybe that's the issue. Dist bundle min. I should have checked this before I... Yeah, this won't be possible now. Because now this was just modified. No, it wasn't. Oh, maybe that's the issue? Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong here. This runs out of dist bundle min. How did it get to staging? It's intermediator. Oh. Oh, wait a second. So maybe that's a problem here. Takes from dist and places in dist/staging. So then what do we do after that? Copies staging to deploy. No, that should be correct. I'm so confused. Well, this should be correct now. Let's take a look. I just want to get this thing online. Did I ever fix this, by the way? I think I need to run this again. Git pull. Yeah, that should change this around. So eventually this will exist. We'll wait for that. The item data.json entry is using a relative path going upwards a level. Could that be a problem? Okay, so hang on. Let me take a look at something first, because I'll explain this stuff as I'm discovering things here. So check this out. This actually did work this time. So this is what this should look like, and what it does look like is it just had data, item data. So it should have gotten this replacement here, and I don't know why that doesn't happen. I can't imagine, unless it's... Oh, I think I know what's going on. Maybe. Okay, here's what we gotta check. So this is running process static assets watch, and it's processing on the same one. Okay, so it's just a race condition. I found the problem. Okay, so race condition. I have two different gulp tasks running at the same time. I can fix this. I can basically guarantee that I'm going to fix this. In fact, check this out. And so this is, I need to fix this. I need to make like a development instead of a staging or something, and then totally change this around. But if I just close out of this right here, I close that, now everything's going to work. That's it. I didn't change any code. I didn't do anything else. All we're going to do now is republish, and everything's going to work. So check it out. It deleted the staging in the deploy folders. These say last modified 239. In about 10 seconds, they're going to get updated to 255, which is the current time. It just takes a while to run Webpack on this stuff. Come on, there. Okay, let's check it out. Everything gets updated to 255, bundle.min, bundle.min.js, or map, I mean. And then this stuff all gets pushed, and then it'll just work. Everything will be fine. So then we check out the database, select star from users, describe users. We should have an account status field. Do we? Yes, there it is. Okay, so account status exists. Password is now going to be totally hashed. So that stuff should all be fine. Once this is done deploying, we should be able to hit the client URL. Okay, good. So it's finished. So that means that this should work. Come on. Yes, problem solved. Okay, and there's the register button, which isn't connected to anything yet because the account server is not online. But I'm about to fix that. And then everything's going to work. So I just got to figure out, there's definitely a bug that I'd found here. Where is my test? Yes, yeah, so fix bug. The local client Gulp Watch that processes static assets has a race condition with the production version. They should both publish to their own directories. Okay, so next up we go into here, bash ansible prod. I copy this stuff over here. Oh, I already have these written out. Isn't that nice? Okay, cool. So we can just go over to here. I don't really need the account server with this stuff, but we'll leave it for now. And all we have to do is run screen, launch 2 new screens, and then copy paste these commands in. So we copy one here. We wait for that. Okay, good. Except for what is that? That's the account server. I probably should have started with the overseer. So we copy this. Good. And we copy this. Okay, and that should be everything. Everything should be setting up on Amazon right now. Almost 10 minutes. Yeah, I was off by like 15 minutes or something. And then I'll give you guys the link and you can try this out. So let's see. Whoops, that's not the right place. This is the right place. But what happened here? Did it hit a bug? What is this? Oh, I must have closed the tab. Yeah, because here's the right tab. And it's saying that it can't connect to the account server. But yet, what do we get here? Bundle.min.js. Yeah, okay. So here's all the code and it should have the licenses. And the new EULA, the new privacy policy should be online too, right? This has the pusher stuff at the bottom. So if I go to the pusher dashboard, I should be able to see everyone connect to this machine. Yeah, so it says peak concurrent connections is 2, but this will only happen when people are in the matchmaking queue, which I think I screwed up. I think it's 2 players to a game right now, so that a maximum of 2 games. Yeah, that's a mistake. But there's no fixing that now. It's too late. Can't do it. Okay, so I think everything might be done. Is the account server online? DL deploy. Okay, so I got to look at this off screen for a sec. Done updating. What is this? Is this the account server or the... Okay, cool. So let's just retry this. Yeah, it connected. Okay, I'll paste this into chat then, and you guys can try this out too. So here you go. I don't know what's going to happen. So let's try registering an account. So I'm going to make Adam13531. Username. The email address doesn't matter right now. Password, I guess I'll type something slightly more secure than password. Just type like, what's a good password to use here? Okay, no, I'm just going to type password because I don't care that much. Create account. Oh man, I'm in. Okay, so let me make a bot now. I'm going to make it with Regen 3 and Armor 1. And then we'll make another bot with Missiles 3. Do I even have armor? No, I don't. Let's buy it. Do I have Regen? Yes. Let's make one with Missiles 3 and Cloaking 3 and Thrusters 1. So now we need to go buy Cloaking and then we commit. Oops, that didn't get updated. Regen 3, Armor 1. Okay, so join game. So now I'm in the queue. I have no idea if anyone else is in the queue as well because there's no way for me to monitor these things yet. Okay, let me go on the IP address over here and take a look because I can see what's going on if I SSH into the machine, but otherwise there's no way for me to do this. Okay, so other people are connecting. I don't know if the matchmaker is even working though. There's no way for me to do this. Oh, uh-oh. Got an error in buy bot bay for user. Not enough money. Oh, wait, no, that's someone who's just trying to purchase a bot bay who doesn't have enough money. Wow. So early, everyone, they're connecting. I got an error. You tried deploying Bay ID null, but yeah, that's fine. That's just a single player error. So wait, has anyone else clicked join game, or is this just not working? Cause, oh wow, man, I'm like super happy about this right now. I don't even know if anyone's connecting or that it's working, but I can see people registering. I don't know what I'm doing. Just click join game. Adding a user to the queue. Wait, added a bunch of users to the queue. It said login, cannot log in and kicks me out. Wait, EJ, are you registering first? Because these are not your existing accounts. And also, yeah, I think something's wrong with the matchmaker here. I gotta go look this up. Hang on. The matchmaker probably just never even started. Let's take a look. So, how do I do this? Screen, VL deploy, logs. There are 6 players waiting, but no game servers are. Oh, right, I never made a game server. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, you can see what the matchmaker's saying over here. There are 7 players waiting, but no game servers are available. But I have a way to fix this. I have the most clever way of fixing this. And I just got to figure out how to do this. Hang on a second. So who am I over here? I got to connect to the overseer. So from the overseer, I have a URL that I can hit. It's going to take like 2.5 minutes though. But first, let me connect to this thing. So, okay, here we are. If I run screen-rd, so I'm on the overseer. Now what we need to do is we need to curl http localhost 8080/create game server. Get is not allowed. Oh, right, it's -x post. Oh, come on. Seriously, what? -x post. Okay, so cross your fingers. It's working. It's alive. Okay, so it says provisioning 1 game server. And yeah, I can see everyone who's in the queue. I'll show that over here. So there are 8 players waiting. It's going to give it to the people who've been waiting the longest, but it's still going to take a lot of time for this to happen. I can't believe this. Oh, man. Yeah, like I said, this just takes like 2 minutes, so there's no speeding this up. But the problem is, and I'll show you the problem right here, MMQ says the number of people per game is only 2, and the number of game servers that it made, it's only 2. So there are 8 people waiting, but only 4 of them are going to be allowed in. EJ, you like that? You should make hardware case insensitive. Oh, Orange Ray, there's going to be UI for all this eventually. So yeah, I should make it case insensitive, but it just this UI won't even exist at some point. So all I'm waiting is for this thing to say that the game server phoned home, and then it's going to kick off the Ansible deploy process. Although that might have already started for all I know. It's going to be kind of hard to find it in this sea of red text. I was here, I'm in. Wait, what do you mean I'm in? Did it join a game? What? It's done? How is it done? No, you guys can't be in a game. There's no game servers yet. No, you guys are you're not in a game though. That's not possible. It still says there are 8 players waiting. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, total people ever removed 4. So I don't know whose ID whatever. We could probably find out. Oh, okay. Running Ansible playbook. Yeah. So the game server's not. You got to pop up saying choose something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys are in single player still. That makes sense. So here, I'm gonna do this on the other screen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The three options were for choosing a buff. So let's go take a look at. This is potentially dangerous. Let's do select ID, comma name from users. Okay, so here are the people who have signed up. LOL is one of them. I'm not gonna look at email addresses or something. Why did that error not occur? I don't know what error you're talking about. Okay, so this is about to finish. It usually takes a minute and a half from when that other message shows up. And then it should say that it formed 2 matches immediately. And if I'm lucky, I'm going to be one of the 8 players who is in one of those matches. Why did it randomly pop up? Because single player is going on right now, and you either hit the 8-minute remaining mark or the 3-minute remaining mark. Wow, Swall, was it that bad? Also, what is DS and A? Oh, come on. Why is the game server not ready? I'm going to go like take a quick look at this. So yeah, it still hasn't finished apparently. Wow, these queue times. Come on. They had to provision a server from scratch on the cloud. Hey, Quantum KO. It's got to finish. Come on, it was only supposed to take like a minute and a half. I don't know why it's taking this long. Or maybe there was a problem. The only way for me to know if there was a problem is to go into another tab. Oh, data structures and algorithms. Whoa, what went wrong, Swall? Let me check this out on another screen. Maybe the VM never even started up, although I find that hard to believe. It must have. There might be a problem with how registration works. Oh, that would be really tough to solve. I'm really hoping this just works. But I don't think I can hope for that very much. Okay, so the game server is apparently up and running. Let me SSH into it. Let me find its IP address. Okay, I have its IP address. Let's SSH into it and find out what's going wrong. I gotta do this off screen for a sec. Oh, whoa, it worked. Look at that. Oh, I'm in the game. I'm in the game with Mike. So that means 2 other people are probably in the game as well. So check this out. Just made 2 matches. Number of players still in queue, 5. So you guys are never going to be... It's going to take like 15 minutes for you to get out of the queue. So you might as well just give up. But... Look at this. I'm in a game playing against Mike. Alright, I'm going to totally destroy him now. So we're going to go with lasers. And so that's going to be one of my bots. And then let's make my other bot in JavaScript. Actually, let's do this. So the other one has missiles and cloaking. And let's do this. Let's put this in here. Okay, so let's deploy the first bot. Let's just disable all this. Oh, you can't do that, can you? Okay, I could put it all into an if statement and then just do it that way, huh? So if true, do all of this stuff. And then we'll put a movement in there. Yeah, good, cool. So now we'll just disable this, or we'll just put if false. Okay, so there's my lasers bot. Deploy one of those and deploy a missiles bot. So now let's put all of this stuff into the if false. There. Let's see. Hey, Programmer D. Could not connect to server? Early's, where did that happen? And Saran had that happen too. I've actually never actually played a game. Really, Mike? Well, it's not like my bots are doing anything smart. They're just moving randomly. But this one's eventually going to find you. Oh, oh. There it goes. Except you're going to lose. Look at that. I'm going to just regenerate all the life back to full. I chose all pre-made scripts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, my score is way higher than yours, so guess I'm winning. And look, the pusher dashboard. Here's the number of people who have been in the queue. We're just stuck there. Yeah, so it says there are 5 people in the queue. Like I said, you guys can just leave the queue if you want, because it's going to take 11 minutes before the queue pops, unless you want to play the second game of Botland on AWS. So wait, who's in the other game? I guess Earlies, maybe you had a problem connecting? Like, can you show me a screenshot or something? It happened after I found a match, I think, because it was right before you got in. Yeah, do you mind sending, like, can you hit F12 and see what's in your log? Or is there any other problem that this could have been due to? Hang on, I gotta look over here. Created a new player, player 1. Someone is attempting to connect. Assign comp player ID. They've not authenticated yet. Then Adam joined the game. Then Mike joined the game. But then you guys couldn't join. Oh, man. What does this mean? Found a user with name Earlies. Hitting URL. Create a new player. So created all the players. I wonder if it told you the wrong port. Yeah, Earlies, what I'd be really... I really want to... Okay, hang on. Let me tell you how to get this information, if you don't mind. So if I hit connect, it's going to auto-rejoin me to the match. Yes. Now, you should be trying to connect to port 3004. So can you just... Earlies, or who's the other person who's in this game? Who is the other person? Or Sense. So Sense in Earlies. If you... Oh, what's this? Yeah, so it's trying to connect you to the same game server as me, right? 52, 38, 84, 216. Yeah, but the port is different. That's correct, though. And then it says, the server responded with a status of 409 conflict. Add to MMQ. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Alright, thank you for sending me that screenshot. What? Did I just disconnect or something? Did you guys see my chat message? What happened here? I can't type in chat anymore. Okay, I don't know what to do about that. Can chat even type to me? Did chat just break for me? The last message I see is, I don't even know if you guys can hear me anymore or anything, but it is Early's message. And then I tried typing some messages, but it didn't send them. But this is so weird. How did this happen? Okay, so let me take a print screen of this just so I don't need to have this URL open still. Okay, I'm going to refresh chat because I can't see anything from you guys. And for all I know, like I said, you can't even hear me. Oh, now I see chat. Yes, why is there a timer and I'm picking buffs while I'm in the queue? Where's the keyboard cam? Oh yeah, the keyboard cam. Okay, cool. I had to refresh chat for some reason. So why is there a timer and picking buffs while you're in the queue? Because that's single player mode. It shouldn't just be running, but like that's what it's doing, so whatever. So Mike left, didn't he? Well, he went to dinner, I guess. But then this, how did this happen? Yeah, T-Blah, I put the keyboard cam back on. Thanks for telling me about that. "409 conflict. The problem is I don't know what it tried loading. conflict. And then add user to MMQ. That should have never happened. Type 2. What is type 2? Modules, infra constants. There should be something like, is it MMQ status type? Type 2 means that you're in a game. Yeah, weird. So that must have been after a refresh that you got that information, but then it tried adding you to the queue again. I don't understand that. Or maybe that conflict is expected, but then you can't connect to the server for some reason. I don't know. I really don't know about this. Like if I refresh and then I hit connect again, it'll auto put me back into the game with Mike because that's where I disconnected. Although Mike is long since gone. But it's right after socket is connecting too. Okay, let's take a look. Right here, socket interface. So this must come from here, client name, new socket interface, right here. You pass in the IP address and the port, so we should have seen a connecting to game server right before that message, right? Connecting to game server, yeah, that's there. Then it doesn't work. Authenticate to game server. But I don't know how this can fail. Oh man, is there... What am I missing here? Mike was able to connect, then people weren't able to connect to the second game. When was the last time I tested this? Okay, let me go test this out on my own machine and just see if this is even possible to do. And I have so many things running right now. Alright, I need to find the database. Where is it? What is this? Remote detach. I don't need this. I don't know where the database is. We'll just need to convert one of these tabs into it. Fine. MySQL-u root-p. So select name, comma, ID, or ID, comma, name from users. Oh, and then whether or not they're valid. So how about we just do update users set account status equals 1. And then let me start another game server over here. Actually, that doesn't really matter, does it? This finished a long time ago. Yeah. Okay, so I've got to connect with 4 different tabs. This game has 3 minutes left. Let's leave that open. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want to connect it to Adam, Adam 2, Adam 3, and Adam 4. So let's go connect as all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. So join game, join game. These two will be placed into the same game. And then join game, join game. These two will be placed in the same game. But those connections all worked. It might be worth it to create a submit bug API. So on the client, if a global error event is triggered, it can pass it on to you so you can debug it further. There's some paid services for more advanced stuff, but you can do that easily in-house. That's a good idea. Per seat? Huh? What is a seat? What's a seat? A seat is what we call anyone who logs in to Bugsnag. So I'd only need to spend $9 a month. Consider something like bugsnag.com, or even just having a /bugs API that clients auto post to when they hit an error. Yeah, that would help. I honestly don't know what else to do with this error message. I don't know how this could happen. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what's responding with the conflict here. Failed to load resource. I need to know. Actually, Earlies, if you're still here, I could get you to. I could get you to tell me what's in your networking tab. Hi, Zebra, though. All right. Well, this match is about to end. How many people are still in the matchmaking queue? Because it's going to pop soon for you guys. Yeah, so there are 5 players waiting. So in 48 seconds, 4 of these players should be moved. Do a search for 409. 409 is just conflict. And conflict, I know, gets returned from a bunch of different places, but it's a very common... Oh, wait a second. Wait, this is right. This is expected. But this should have been above this. Error in... I don't know. If I try to reconnect, it tries to put me back in the game but fails again. Yeah. If you don't mind... Well, now that's it. So check it out. It says just made one match, just made one match. So now there are 4 players should have just been put into the queue. Or sorry, into games. And I'm trying this on iPad, but after setting up your hardware and click on join, I'm still looking at my inventory. I'm expecting to see the arena and to set up my bots. Am I missing something? Yeah, join game now puts you into a queue. And you should see a leave queue button after that. Like, well, yeah, I don't. Yeah, Mr. Banks, I could help you out a little bit more, but there's a very pressing matter right now. So when I try to join a game, removed player 10. So if I join game, I'm player ID 1. So now I hit leave queue and it removes me from the queue, yeah. So strange. Hey, did any of the people who just joined the game for Botland, so it went from 5 players waiting down to it made 2 matches. Did everyone get into the game correctly, or did this bug hit anybody else too? I can't log in, returns 500. Click on join game, allow to be put in the queue. I should figure out who's actually in the game, because I have no knowledge of this whatsoever right now. Okay, so the people who are in games, there's Clama and Orange Ray are on 3003. And then LOL and the Mr. Banks are on 3004. Let's see if they logged in correctly. Created a new player. Hitting URL. Someone is attempting to connect. They have not authenticated yet. So Orange Ray joined the game. Orange Ray joined. And then Clemont joined. Oh my god. I know what's happening. Okay. Oh. I know exactly what's going on. Because guess what? Exactly the same thing happened the first time as what happened the second time. The players in game 2 couldn't join. The reason why? Port 3004 is never opened. Oh man, okay. So points to those people. So points to you. Points to whoever LOL is. I don't know who any of these other people are because their names don't match their Twitch names. So no more points given out. Oh man. I did click on join and wait for game to start. Now it's just doing nothing and cannot connect to game server error. Is your name LOL, the Mr. Banks? Because if I go into security groups and I go to game server, here we go. So inbound traffic is allowed on port 3003. Yep. Watch this. This will allow you guys in almost immediately. I just change this to 3004 and say anywhere and save. There. Now if you guys refresh, oh Weedley, it's you. Okay, so yeah, if you guys refresh the game, I should be able to see you guys join now. Yeah, the Mr. Banks joined the game. Wait, what game did you join? Oh wait, yeah, the Mr. Banks. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So now the Mr. Banks joined. So now we're only waiting for LOL. Whoever, I guess if it's you, Weedley, just refresh the page. And I should see that you've joined. Is each port a different game server process? Yes, it is. Adam, did you miss that section of CS 101? Anyway, the other thing I've got to do here, though, is I've got to set these up so that it's actually like a whole bunch of different ports. Can we allow a range? Oh, yeah, we can. So 3004 to 3090. No, Mr. Banks, yeah, I see that you joined. But I don't know who LOL is. Why would you name yourself LOL? Why you do this to me? Okay, I happened to look at the email addresses that was given to me. Someone gave me gaycona@gmail.com. Oh, actually, some of you typed in your real email addresses, so I definitely can't share that on stream. Hey, Mr. Cheap. It says you're in the queue. Yeah, that stuff should be fine. So we're gonna do this. Anywhere 3004 to 3090. The source needs to be a CIDR block. What? Oh, because of that. Okay, cancel this. I think I might have screwed this up. Hang on. 3004 to 3090. And then we just hit the X here and save, right? Okay, good. Can we get the game link? Yeah, sure. Plot twist, that's someone's real email. Yeah, that would be really bad. Alright, so let me get this off my screen. I don't know how to do that. So we're just going to make a bunch of errors appear. Did I find out huge bugs? I found out one very, very important bug that I've fixed. I need to figure out... I wrote down a whole bunch of stuff about security groups somewhere, but I don't know where. Maybe I did this here? Security groups? No, Huh. Is the stream broken? I think Twitch must be having problems. Oh, man. We can see/hear you, but it's just buffering. Check your uplink. I have no dropped frames or anything. Yeah, I have no dropped frames. Okay, so that was just a port issue. Man, that was crazy. All right, let's close this stuff. So I'm not even in the queue, right? Yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. There. Cam said I thought I'm in the game. Oh, I'm LOL. You should be in the game, right? Yeah.